Unlimited Slain in some adult communities.
The good news is tossing salad is it's a gender neutral phrase.
All right.
Hey.
So yesterday when we were getting lunch after the RCQ, and I asked John if he wanted to do like a co-stream sometime soon, and he's like, "Yeah, let's build Esper Momo." Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I asked him what day would work this week, and we figured today. Um, I thought this was
Yeah.
PG-13. Okay, most of the time it's PG-13.
Nah, this shit's rated R.
Um, I mean, well, basically, whenever I have a guest on, it's not PG-13 anymore. When I had what's her name uh Meowdick. When I had Meowdick on, I had some viewers that are like, "Okay, I'm leaving." She's a bit unhinged, and she's like Gen Z humor, but very unhinged.
Mm. Yeah, I
Uh,
can imagine that'd be pretty hard to sit through for some folks.
it was just
I don't know
more.
what is the average age of your audience? Like,
I think they're around. I think it's anywhere from like mid-20s to. I
hmm,
think there's a way to look that up on Twitch. I think.
possibly. I wouldn't be surprised if there was.
I'm curious. Is there a way to check my demographics on Twitch? Very new thing Twitch added. Go to your sponsorship section, monetization, sponsorship, creator. Oh yeah. So yep, I forgot about that. That's new. Sponsorships. Storm Breath with the watch streak. You are on a hot streak. So my known audience demographic. Um, there's no females. Well, no, there is very small. Uh, there is. I'm reading exactly what it says. My known demographic is mostly male. It looks like the highest age is around 35, and then the lowest age is about 18, which is like a 0.28%. And
Oh
then
wow.
unknown, anywhere from 18 to 35. Chat, I'm sorry if I still sound kind of nasally. I'm still having allergies.
Gotta love spring.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and also it doesn't help with the main ingredient for the powder. I've been
Thanks for the sub. Rip off.
Gruel, thank you for the
I am
30.
38. I've
For
smashed the upper age bracket of this stream. I must now crumble into dust.
Gruel, thank you for the 36 months. And Corey, thanks for the watch streak. Doesn't help with the main ingredient for the powder I've been mixing is very sticky. It gets stuck in your nose. It's called mellodextrin. It's really annoying.
Sounds like it. Hmm.
But we are going to brew Esper Momo. That was the idea. Surprise powder sniffing stream. So before we actually go to build this, like what made you want to build Esper Momo?
So back when this is before Lorwyn, so I don't know, like a month ago. Uh, I'm kidding, but there was a deck. So we were trying out all sorts of different things, and or at least I was, for Team Flex Live, just throwing any idea at the wall to see if there was possible decks with the avatar cards. And Momo Friendly Flyer was a card that I identified at least as, I think, like obviously it's no Badger Mole Cub, and it's definitely not like as good as the lesson stuff, at least at the time. But like it's basically a white Llanowar elves for creatures with flying, and like that's really powerful white mana ramp, right? Like so like finding the best ways to take advantage of it, I think was an interesting proposition. Obviously, there's been a lot of mono white Momo. Of course, Boros Dragons plays Momo, so there's been a lot of red white Momo. There's the blue white Momo decks, and even the Jeskai ones with Go Ninja Go, which I've been playing a little bit uh, recently. But one of the things that at least I tried back then, was Orzhov Momo, because there's a lot of really good Orzhov flyers like Deep Cavern Bats, Zoraline, even stuff like Raven Eagle, uh, being like a card you could play. And the thing that's changed between then and now is obviously we got Springleaf Drum and
Hmm.
Lorwyn, and that's what's really superpowered the that little 1-2 combination has really been impactful for all these Momo decks. Being able to go either turn one Momo or Drum into turn two the other one plus Sage of the Skies,
Yep.
making a copy, is a really powerful like aggressive mid range line, and being able to sort of surround that with powerful flyers is quite strong. Obviously a real easy one to consider in there is Quantum Riddler, which with a Momo in play you can warp for a single mana. So I do think maybe the Jeskai deck is sort of the most extreme use case,
Hmm.
where it's like even playing Go Ninja Go than to you know, blink the Quantum Riddler. Really fun. But I am interested in exploring other color combinations, because I do think like you have cards like I mentioned Deep Cavern Bat, you have Zoraline, Cosmos Caller, as well in black, which has a little bit of a bat synergy going, because it's a 3 mana 3/3 with flying and vigilance. But it says whenever a bat you control attacks, you gain 1 life.
Hmm.
And though he doesn't look like it, Momo is in fact a bat,
Yep.
lemur bat ally. So having a way to gain some incremental life isn't terrible in standard, and just Zoraline is like a card that has not seen a ton of play in standard, but the few times that I've tried to make it work, it has felt really strong. It's just more been like there hasn't really been a good reason to play Orzhov
Yes.
for pretty much forever. So I think trying to find something to do in those colors, in that black white direction, is not a bad idea. And then of course with blue we get access to Quantum Riddler, which I think is just I think almost just entirely necessary if you're going to be doing the Momo stuff. Yeah, I think the Boros Dragons deck gets away with it because they're like all in on being an aggro deck, where like anything that isn't like hyper aggressive, you're gonna want a card like Quantum Riddler because it just synergizes so naturally well with Momo. So right now I'm just double checking because I already did a little homework ahead of time
Okay.
to try and find any more like potentially good flying creatures. As of now, like the only ones that really jumped out were cards like Karsi Revenant.
Hmm.
Um, if we weren't playing a bunch of fives, Dark Star Augur would be quite solid, I think, with Momo, because you can either jam it for two, um, and then for three with a Momo in play, you can get the token as well. But I also think like we're playing a lot of fives, and we would need like some far more aggressive ways to gain life, I
Hmm.
think, to make a card like Darkstar Augur worth it. But it was a card that jumped out as like, getting two Dark Confidants for 3 mana is not like that might finally be what we need to make a Dark Confidant effect playable, but it's tough to say.
Hey, Rack, SSA.
Some other standouts, Aquazotz
Oh yeah.
was one that stood out. Not confident that that's super playable, but there are far less ways to exile it than there used to be.
True.
Um,
And with
So
it being
like,
4 mana versus 5, if you have a Momo, or like a turn 3 play if you have a Momo and a drum, I could see that being okay.
yeah, like that was my thought as well. Because if we're doing like Momo drum stuff, like there's a good chance we get to play Aquazats on turn
Mhm.
3. And I think a turn 3 Aquazats might actually just be like a good enough threat.
Yeah.
And then even if it dies, it just turns into a land. And then, we get some advantage out of it still. So I do think it's a fairly, at least reasonable card to be trying out in some kind of Momo shell.
I'll toss it in here for now. Are we brewing in the modern waiting room? Kind of. I don't know if I'm gonna do modern content. Um, like maybe, but I don't know. My modern gameplay is becoming mostly ask John what he can loan me probably for an RCQ and play that.
It's fair.
That format's expensive.
It is quite expensive.
So
Um, Go ahead.
we got Momo, Drum, Deep Cavern Mat, and Aclazotz. We want Sage, obviously. Like that's a reason to play one like the key
Mhm.
cards in all these Momo decks. I think. Are we wanting 2 copies or 3?
I think we'd probably start with 4
Okay,
and work our way backwards with a card, at least in this shell.
sure.
Because unlike the other one, we're not necessarily like competing with a ton of other cards. And we're more likely because we're also not like trying to like turn 3 out of Quantum Riddler and Blanket in this
Yeah,
deck,
yeah.
unlike the other one.
Share my gameplay screen with you so that way you're not on a delay.
Be
And now we don't have a mini Yug blocking your view.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead get my screen set up.
And then Zora line I could picture of 1 or 2 of if we
Well,
play
I
that.
mean, I'm not gonna assign numbers to that because that card I think will also depend on like what the rest of the deck ends up looking
Yeah.
like, but like how many threes we're playing and things we
Okay.
can get back. So the next thing to look at is gonna be like uh I do think the black card we really want is Deep Cavern Bat.
Hmm.
Um I think Deep Cavern Bat you and I both are, we're dirty Deep Cavern Bat players.
Yep.
We always will be. So right now, what I would have to start the list is 4 Momos, 4 Drums, 4 Deep Cavern Bats, 4 Sage, 4 Riddler.
Okay.
So there's some questions we can ask ourselves, which is, are we trying to Starfield Shepherd? Right? Like that's another powerful
Hmm.
interaction with Momo. It also puts more lower drop, like 1 drops into our deck, like a Nurturing Pixie. Slash, we could also play like Mockingbird
Yeah.
to go along
Uh,
with that.
Now with that, I was curious with Mockingbird if you pay. So with Mockingbird and Momo, you could pay
Mm,
X is 0, X is 1, but you pay only a single blue cell, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
To basically get the first part, the first pay into X is free.
Okay. I like the idea of Mockingbird. Um, as for any other 1 drops, the only thing I can think of is like a 1 to 2 copies of Pixie. Um, and is there anything else that's worth it? Like I know there's Cecil, but like I don't think we're a Cecil deck because we're in the air mostly.
Well, I would agree. We're not really a Cecil deck. So if we were to look at all the 1 mana creatures with flying, right? So like that would be
Hmm.
the first thought. There's the other Momo, the playful pet.
And that one does stuff when it leaves, right?
Yeah, so like that's when it leaves you do one of 3 things. There's cards like Flitterwing Nuisance.
Rain maybe. Oh, we're looking at 1 drops right now. We'll
Yeah,
move on
so
to the rest in a moment.
we'll get to the threes. Right now we're discussing like one of the questions here is, are we Starfield shepherding? And the way to answer that question is, are there other 1 drops that we'd want
Hmm.
to play?
So
Um
My thought is if we're in Starshell Shepherd, it's probably a 2 or 3 of. If we're on 3, I
Mhm.
think we want 8 to 9 1-drops. If we have 2 Starfields, I could picture 5 to 7 1-drops. Probably about 7 1-drops. 7 or 8.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. I'll move this camera. I'll do this. And right now, for the 1-drop creatures, we do have Momo. I have 2 Pixies and I have 1 Mockingbird. John is the cards. And then we have
Yeah.
Screamleaf Drum, not John's.
So yeah, and then looking at the non-flying one mana creatures, because obviously one mana creatures don't get the Momo discount, so they don't necessarily need to have flying,
Yeah,
um, or anything like that. But like just sort of looking through the rest, in white, obviously we get the farm animal.
which I don't think we care for really being in the 3 colors. I can see like Get Lost. It's just a replacement for
Well,
that and
no, there is a reason to play this over Get Lost.
artifacts.
But it's specifically because you can find it with Starfield Shepherd.
Mhm,
So Curious Farm Animals is not a better card than Get Lost in general, but it is because you're playing Starfield Shepherd. Having your Starfield Shepherd be able to go get, essentially a Haywire Mite
mhm.
is a pretty reasonable thing. So I don't think it's unreasonable to have a Curious Farm Animal. Maybe not in the main, but in the 75.
Okay.
You know, it does help out in like the lessons matchup. So it's definitely amongst like the one mana things we should consider. Beyond that, there's not really a ton of stuff, at least in
Excuse
white
me.
specifically that I can think of. I'm just scrolling through cards. So then the next question is going to be: is there anything in black? Because and then we could also look in blue, but I doubt there's going to be much in blue that we haven't.
The only thing in
Since-
blue I see is like if it is Flitterwing and Mockingbird. Like I can
Yeah.
picture more Mockingbirds, like maybe 2, but
Well, one of the things that's nice about our deck is that since we're playing cards like Deep Cavern Bat, we actually have things to copy with
yeah.
Mockingbird that are quite impactful. So I'm curious. I'm just looking at black one mana creatures right now. Um, so far, there's not a lot that stands out.
Yeah, nothing really stands out to me either. Like I see okay 1-drops, but they're not for our deck. Like
And honestly, it really looks like it is just Cecil. like,
yeah.
and and to be fair, that's not terrible. Like Cecil's a good card. And being able to like just go get like a value threat with your with the Starfield Shepherd's not a terrible thing, but that's probably just worse than like another Pixie because
Yeah.
Pixie's also a good value threat.
I think I'd rather have either 3rd Pixie or 2nd Mockingbird over Cecil.
I think I would agree with that.
I think 2-2 split to start off with.
Well, I'm not sold on any numbers, but yeah, I
I mean,
in general I
yeah.
agree. And I do think a Curious Farm Animal wouldn't be bad for now. I think I'll put it in the board.
Okay.
Okay, so if we're doing the Starfield Shepherd, we have our little suite of 1-drops. Um, and then next question is going to be like, what about what's our mid game plan looking like? So obviously, Sage of the Skies is like one of the whole reasons to be doing the Momo Springleaf Drum stuff.
Mhm.
It's just quite strong together. So I guess the next question is going to be: are there any other two and 3 mana creatures with flying that work particularly well with?
Yeah.
So I think we can probably start by looking in black specifically,
Okay.
because that's like the least explored space. Um,
So as
so
mentioned earlier, we got Corsi Revenant, and then
so looking at the twos to start with,
okay.
one that jumped out to me right away was Sinkhole Surveyor. It's a
Oh yeah,
lot
thank
better when it's 1 mana.
yeah.
And it being a 1/3 is something that I particularly find interesting because that means it can't be killed by burst lightning.
Mhm.
And so like that's something. And it grows. It just costs life,
Y
which can be a little bit problematic.
but if that is something we're worried about, we can build this deck to gain more life. Like, if you look at the mono I built, they gain that list can gain a ton of life because of,
Oh yeah.
Talia and Sage.
Yeah. Well, Sage especially. Sage gives us a lot of life gain in general, but some other ones that jump out, yep, Carsey Revenant, the Raven Eagle is an interesting one.
I'm
Raven
not a
Eagle is kind of like what's his name? Graveyard Trespasser.
okay. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Raven Eagle as a 3 mana 2/3, but if we have it as 2 mana, I'm more okay with that.
Like it's serviceable at 3, like if we really need to cast it.
Mhm.
But yeah, like if we're doing Momo stuff, like it is a reasonable 3 drop. The
Yeah,
only thing is there might be a world where, there isn't a thing to exile on turn 2, but it's still like it still dings our opponent every time. Like so like in a world where we go Raven Eagle and then we go like Quantum Riddler,
yeah,
right? We draw a card, we ding our opponent for 1 and attack for 2.
yeah.
Um I would agree with you, Lord Has.
Mhm. I
That
agree
that
too.
is the concern with Carsey Revenant.
If
But
anything, I think Quartz Revenant and the current way standard is right now has turned into a cyber card if you ever consider the card.
I agree with that, to be honest with you.
I so like looking at Raven Eagle, I can see this maybe being like a one or two of if we consider it from the main board,
Mhm.
kind of just a utility creature that we can't search for it, but if we draw it, like
Well,
I
it's
think there's enough.
incremental graveyard hate that we get to
Yeah,
play in our main deck, and like that's not an unwelcome thing. The only thing that sucks is that it doesn't make a clue every time you exile something.
mm,
So eating spells with it isn't phenomenal, but it's also not terrible.
yeah. I'm leaning towards
Looking
trying at least one if we can't find anything better.
Mhm. Absolutely. So the next one, just sort of going through, there's not really much else in mono black, at least at that 2 and 3 mana part of the curve.
Mhm.
Obviously, if we get into black white, there's a few cards we can look at. Like there's Zoraline,
Yep.
which as of right now isn't looking particularly good because we really only have. I mean, it can get Momo back, it can get Deep Cavern Bat back,
Pixie.
Pixie, and then that bounces something. Like these aren't the most impressive uses for Zoraline,
No.
uh, all things considered. So, like, I'm not necessarily a big fan of it so far,
Mhm.
but there's still more cards to look at.
I would say
Um,
also what I forgot Zoraline says non-land permanent, so I feel like it
mhm,
depends on how the rest of our spells look like, especially on the
mhm.
board. But realistically, it's gonna be mostly it's the sorceries after the creatures.
Yeah, like there's not many non-creature, non-land permanents we're gonna probably put into our graveyard. Um, one card that I'm curious on is Tomic, right next to Zoraline there. Like this is a very powerful effect that just hasn't seen any play. Which so this is if you're being attacked 2 or more things, you get to draw a card and bolt your opponent.
Okay.
And it's another really interesting card that for like 3 mana has not felt worth it. But if we're ever powering it out for 2 mana, a 2 mana 2/4 with flying vigilance and this sort of deterrent uh towards attacking is not unreasonable
Yeah.
as a card, but I think the bigger problem with it is it's like we can't just put cards in our deck that are really good when you have exactly Momo in play.
Mhm.
Like you need to also you know be like reasonable on by themselves to a degree. But Tomic's a card that I thought was at least stood out to me as an interesting option.
Mhm.
The only other one that I saw, and this one's actually in Demir, and this kind of falls into the same category as that one, is Dreadwing Scavenger.
Uh. Okay. Line 2/2. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Threshold plus or does death touch allows her to summon more cards in your graveyard. Okay.
So like this does like so it enters and attacks, it's drawing a card, right?
Hmm.
You're looting, so you're not necessarily like gaining value, but you are gaining card selection.
Yep.
So this one, it stood out to me specifically, because like again, another card that if we were playing it for 2 mana, it's fantastic. Um, so like that's just a thought. Was this would being another potential value 3 drop to play, and I'm curious to try it. I think because it's definitely a little more exciting to me than like Tomek or even the Raven Eagle at times. The Raven Eagle's biggest plus is that it doesn't die to burst lightning, where this card does. But this card
Mhm.
also they both can gain immediate value. As well as Raven Eagle will probably be easier to cast more often than not.
Yeah.
So just another interesting card that came up in the search here.
I would think also are we wanting any graveyard synergies then if we're gonna play scavengers?
Probably Zoraline.
Then do we want to tune our deck to have more effects to take advantage of Zorline?
I don't think so is the problem.
Okay.
So I'm just talking about cards that jumped out to me.
Yeah.
I'm not sold that these are worth playing. Like, these aren't like Zoraline is a very good card. And I do think we'll end up playing at least one copy of Zoraline,
Yeah.
or two. Because even just getting back Deep Cavern Bat is like not the end of the world. Or just like playing it as a 2 mana 3/3 with flying vigilance that gains a life every time you attack with one of your bats, and we're gonna have a number of bats, and even getting back like a dead Sage of the Skies, it doesn't trigger it because obviously we're not casting it, but you know, still it's like that is a 3 drop that we could get back from our graveyard that is
Mhm.
kind of worth 2 mana,
Yeah. Uh,
especially when it's not a card you're playing from your
Lord
hand.
Has says I think Tomek may be positioned well, high toughness for decks. Like, is it want to pump tiny creatures, otters mostly, make a ton of little guys? Oh yeah, like there is a thought of Tomek, like that is out there. If we do end up playing it, I don't have any mythics, so um I can't
Yeah,
craft it. um we could probably do if we do that, we could probably have you share your game in Discord and I can put that on screen though. If that's the thing. Pro Tour competitor
yeah.
Mr. Wagger. Hey, Tulare Midwest, welcome in. Yeah, for those who don't
Oh,
know, John qualified for the Pro Tour.
I did qualify for the Pro Tour.
He's here as old man John.
Yeah. I guess I am old, chat. It's okay.
You're not
You
old.
wish you aged as well as I did, chat.
There's also the thought of Ain, but I feel like we don't get a discount on opponents' turns. I feel like Ain is just a sideboard card for us. Like we're really
So,
tap out heavy on our with these style decks are usually tap out heavy.
oh yeah, and that's exactly what we're doing with Aang. So Aang is um less spell queller in these decks and more reflector mage.
Hmm.
So like we are trying to play it on our own turn.
Okay.
So, like, that's what I learned playing the Jeskai deck was like, I mean, if you don't have anything to do, you'll just hold it up on turn 3. Like, if your opponent doesn't have a threat on board. But it was like, you know, 2 mana to go, like, here's my Reflector Mage, airbend your thing. And then sometimes it gets to be Spell Queller is, uh, yes, Corey, it is a sideboard card. But, like,
Yeah.
that's like a really good, that's a really good effect.
Mm.
So we are probably playing some number of Angs.
Okay.
It's also just another good card to get back with like our Zoraline spot because
Oh,
like
true.
being able to go Zoraline, attack, pay 2, bring my Ang back. You know, basically Zoraline gets to attack and make a Reflector Mage, right?
Hey, 26. And then
So big,
also
definitely a fan.
if we do return something with a finality counter, it's a very niche moment, but if we have a finality counter on a creature, we can just pixie it back up if we want to reuse it.
Yes, we can. So I do think that's the stuff. Like I think what you've got there, and I think it's probably like 2 Angs and 2 Zorline, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Um, I think then the rest of the questions become like, so like what's our other like big bomby threat? I actually do think I want to try Aquazats. I do think if there's a world where we're ever powering that thing out on turn 3, like it's just quite good. Um, and also just being a big life linking beater
Yeah.
is that occasionally draws a card or makes a 1/1 token. Like that's just a good effect, right? Like so I see a world where I would really enjoy playing that card. Now, I do think that puts us in a position now where we're at what, 33 cards?
32.
32.
Are we
Oh, you
both
only have
one
one
off?
Aquazats. Oh
Oh,
yeah, I got 2 Aquazats.
oh, are we wanting to try 2 Axozots?
I mean, we want to draw it, right?
Yeah. I had
So
one
I
on the
think
board.
we just commit to it if we're gonna, at least for
Okay.
testing.
Okay.
You know, whether or not it's good ends up being a whole other question. But
Yeah.
like, so that puts us now. So like the Jeskai deck plays 22 lands, which I know to a lot of people seems really low, but we do have Starfield Shepherd to find a basic plains if we need it, and then we've got Momo generating mana and Spring Leaf Drum generating mana. So
Yeah.
we realistically have sort of, oh, I guess 11-ish, because you can't have more than one Momo in play. Mana sources built into our spells. So I think figuring out our mana base at this point would be good, because then one of the things I've become a bigger fan of recently when looking at decks is building the mana before I build my interaction in,
Okay.
because like that'll heavily influence like we say we build our mana, like you look at the Jeskai Momo deck, right, and it plays uh four seam rips instead of like burst lightnings and whatnot.
Yeah.
Um, and the reason that it does that is because 8, 2 of its 3 verges tap for white on their base color. So like a white 1 mana removal spell that makes sense. But that's a decision that you can come to by building the mana base. There's also a world where you build the deck with the 2 fast lands in Jeskai,
Yeah.
right? And all of a sudden now all 8 of my 1 mana turn 1 lands tap for red. So burst lightning becomes the better removal spell. So
Berkeley,
I think
this isn't 2013 standard.
building our mana base here would probably be the next best step.
Yes.
I do think we get to play one of your favorite lands, which is we get to play why is the land oh, because I have that
Garden
on.
Town.
No, we get to play Concealed Courtyard.
Yeah, we do.
Like, and there's actually a really good use case for it.
Yep.
Because we're 22 lands. We're trying to make white mana on turn 1 and black mana on turn 2 almost all of the time, and then blue mana comes up later.
Yep.
And then I think the first 2 lands that we can put into our deck are 4 Concealed Courtyards and 4 Flood Farm Verges.
Sure.
Right? They both tap for white, so they both let us play Momo on turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then or Spring Leaf Drum pretty effectively. So it puts us in a good position to be able to
I am a fan
deploy our
of
early game.
having one of Plains near because of Starfield Shepherd and also Field of Ruin decks.
Oh yeah, no, easy one of planes, I would say. Um, Moving forward from that, I think we go with, because again we're still a base white deck.
Yep.
I think it's like we're gonna play, if we're using like if we go back to like the Jeskai deck as a model, it would be like 3-3-2 with our shocks being 3 Hollow Fountain, 3 Godless Shrine, and 2 Watery Graves.
Sorry,
So
3 Hallowed
6,
Fountain, 3 Godless Shrine, 2 Water Graves.
yeah. So that's that
Sure.
being 6 shock lands that cast Momo on 1, and then Watery Grave to, get us our blue and black mana for like turn 2 and beyond.
Mhm.
And now all of a sudden we have 17 lands in our deck. So here I think is where the question will start coming up of like we probably need to play some number of starting towns as just
Yeah.
out of respect for the fact that we are a 3-color deck. I'm a fan of playing like 2 um to start with. Just because like we do have fairly reasonable mana otherwise.
Mhm.
And then this is where we're gonna really have to deviate from using Jeskai as the model. Because I think that the problem with our color combination
We have
is
less
that like
fast lands.
well actually
Right?
the Jeskai decks only really play the 3
Okay.
copies of Spirebluff Canal, generally speaking, just because they have all their verges tapped for white um that they play. Where the problem we run into is that 2 of our verges don't tap for white. One taps for black and one taps for blue.
Oh, yeah.
So that puts us in a little bit of an awkward position where we can't exactly just mirror what they're doing, because our versions aren't nearly as good.
There is the option of multiversal passage.
Yeah, that is an option. That
Not
we
like a
can now.
I don't think it
I
makes
don't think we
sense. Like,
necessarily. I
it-
feel like we could get away with a creature land though.
yeah, like a what if restless acreage?
Yeah. So we let's look at our options, right? So it's Anchorage, Reef, and uh the black white one that hasn't Fortress, right? So like those are the 3 that we could play. So I guess like the question would be which one of these would we mind the least coming into play tapped?
Yeah. Right now, and also like if it matters, we got 17 white sources, 11 and 11 in blue and black at the moment.
So I think maybe the solution here is we could play I think Restless Anchorage is probably the best just because it activates for the least amount of mana.
Hmm.
And we're still, we're a 22 land deck, so the world where we're activating Restless Anchorage, it's because we've unfortunately flooded in our low land count deck.
Yep.
But I do think that could be it. And I actually think because we're not trying to enable as many verges, I actually think we could play a third starting town.
And then that leaves what, one more spot?
One more land that we could play.
We got 19 white, 13 blue, and 12 black. So we probably want it for black. Maybe.
So like we think through it, we could probably like the easiest thing would be like another watery grave.
Yeah.
Puts us up to 9 shocks, which is a little more than I would like typically, but we also have a big life linking threat,
Mm.
Zoraline, and Deep Cavern Bat, all to gain life back, as well
Yep.
as Sage of the Skies. So like it's not the end of the world if we have to shock one extra time. It just in the matchups like prowess, where we have to be mindful of our life total, it could come up. But we have ways of gaining all of our life back.
Okay. And then after, we could also always double check the mana as well afterwards.
Mhm.
I just sent you a link I use quite a bit.
I know.
If you, what?
I know. I
Okay.
know the link.
Okay.
Also, I don't need a calculator to do hypergeometric distribution, but
Okay.
I
When it
appreciate it.
comes to more than 2 colors, I tend to use it.
I think it's a good resource. It's a really good tool if you're unsure. But I think we have at least our templated of a mana base. I think
Hmm.
it could obviously go through some slight tweaks based off of, you know, where the end product is. But this leaves us 5 spots for like removal.
Yeah.
So I do think we built ourselves in a way where we can play Seam Rip.
Yep.
And honestly, it's probably just like 4 copies because it is just a very good card.
So I do agree with that. And plus it's just more mana efficient.
Mhm.
And my thing is I do want like some hard removal too, like some more than 1 copy of Get Lost. Or Shelter
Yeah,
by Ghost if we consider that since we're playing Zoraline.
Yeah. So I agree with you. So that was going to be my next point was I do think Seam Rip is like because in the matchups where we need Seam Rip, we really need it. You
Mhm.
know, like against mono green and things like that. I do think that's the one to start with. I think this is now where we can circle back to that first question we had, which was how many Sage of the Skies do we play?
Yes.
So I think that's where we could trim down to 3
Mhm.
so that we could play an extra removal spell. And I actually think it's a 1-1 split of Get Lost and Sheltered by Ghosts. Because I have been really liking Sheltered by Ghosts.
Okay.
Um and yeah, you're right. It works really well with Zoraline in our deck. It's like a removal spell we can get back. So I actually see a world where we're going to probably play some number in the main end board. And even in my most recent Jeskai list that I was playing, I'm main decking one. So I think we've put ourselves in a at least a reasonable starting point for a
Okay.
60 card deck. And now it's a matter of like how we're going to sideboard. So I
Yeah.
think one of the things actually before we get to the sideboard, one thing I wanted to talk about was one other direction this deck could go is and I actually wanted to get your thoughts on this. So because I know how much you love playing Nurturing Pixie. Is the other direction I was thinking about going with this was what if we built a version of Pixie that had the Momo stuff in it?
Okay.
Because Starfield Shepherd is a great way to use Nurturing Pixie. And if we just like wanted to max on Nurturing Pixies, uh, um,
Are you laughing at Berkeley's message?
yeah.
He even sent me a
And
message the other day saying I have a problem.
and since we're already going into black, there's like a reasonable argument. I don't think Nowhere to Run is a card we want to max on, but like between that and like Momentum Breaker, like those are very real cards that we could play.
Yeah.
And
For
and
sure.
like being able to sack Momentum Breaker and get it back with Zoraline in certain spots is gonna be like a not an unreasonable place to be.
Hmm.
But yeah, so like that is a thought though. At least it's a consideration we should make. Because I think, the only reason we don't see that already, I think, is obviously the other Momo decks that play Starfield Shepherd are all like mono white or
Hmm.
blue white. Um, I have I tell him to stop playing Pixie probably more than the rest of you.
He does.
Um, but it is a real consideration given our color combination. And that would also be a way to build out our interactive suite. I do think
Yeah.
with the way we've gone with this exact build, that's probably not realistic. Um, and also I feel like we would be cutting things like Aquazots to make space for that stuff.
Yeah.
Um, but like it is an idea that maybe when we're done with this version, we could try a version that goes more in that direction as well. Because
Sure.
maybe that is like a reasonable value plan to being able to like, we can Starfield Shepherd, get our Pixie, and even if we let the Starfield Shepherd go into exile, right?
Hmm.
Because there's a world where you go like turn one Momo, turn two Springleaf Drum, Grim Bobble, a threat down, and then like warp a Starfield Shepherd, go get a Pixie to set up the Pixie Grim Bobble next turn. And that might just be better in like an open deck list setting in general.
Yeah.
But it's also a deck that like if we find ways to sacrifice our little trinkets, then we could get them back with Zoraline and do little shenanigans that way.
I'm,
But
I'm laughing at chat. I'm just so Kurowski on Twitch just asked, "Hey, just a deck theory question. Why play a one of cards? Don't you just have a low chance of drawing it compared to play 2 or 3 copies?" And then right away afterwards, Berkeley and Mage 77ers reply, "Friendship vibes." So the actual reason for that question, we are playing a Momo friendly flyer deck, and we have Starfield Shepherd in here. So some of the like the 1 on 2 ofs of the 1 drop creatures we can go searching for. The 2 ofs of like Zoro Line and Ain, so Savior. Those are just kind of like utility creatures, and then especially the Axelotl. Axelotl is legendary, and that's 5 mana, which we could potentially play on turn 3. And then our removal suite of Get Lost and Shelter by Ghost. Those are just things that we're going to try out right now.
But also, like, Get Lost and Sheltered by Ghosts are one-ofs in the sense that we're only playing one copy of the unique individual card,
I
but they
see.
serve the same purpose. So really, we're just saying we're playing two mana removal spells, and we just happen to be trying out, um, each one of these because we want to see which one's better. Um, So like I do think I do so there is a reason. The other reason there is another reason you'll see one of's index, which is not applicable in this setting, but when you look at like a regional championship deck list or like a pro tour deck list, the other reason to be playing one of's is because the format you're playing is open deck list, meaning when your opponent looks at your deck, they see you're playing one copy of this card, and that means during the game you can bluff that you have that card and they have to respect it. Where in a closed deck list setting, your opponent has no idea what's actually in your deck. They can, make assertions uh and they can, make assertions and assumptions, and most of the time they'll probably be correct. But you know, one ofs are far less effective in that setting. So like that's why I like when you're building a deck for a tournament, you should always think about whether your opponent's going to know your deck list or not. And I know not everybody in the chat plays in a lot of professional level Magic events. That's where the open deck list thing really applies. Um, so just, but it is a reason. So if you're ever like wondering why I copy and pasted this Pro Tour deck list and it's kind of playing a little weird and I'm not doing as well as I think I should, that might be a question. Is this deck was not built for closed deck list environments, and it's why decks like Esper Pixie, for example, are also a lot worse um, in closed deck lists than they are in open. This is a conversation that Jaffer and I've had. Uh,
Numerous
I
times.
can't even count how many times where, Pixie's a deck where if your Grim Baubles and your Nowhere to Runs are really good, then your deck's amazing. Um, and the problem is that even if the metagame at large has decks that those cards are good against, when you sit down with your Pixie deck and you don't know what you're playing against and you keep a card like Grim Bauble in your hand, it's either going to be the best card in your hand or stone cold unplayable. And that because that's the sort of the dynamism, the spectrum that it exists on. And so, but when you know what your opponent's playing and you know Grim Bobble's bad, you could mulligan that hand, and then you could take that Grim Bobble and put it onto the bottom of your library. But yes,
But we need to make a sideboard. So I have the farm animals and 3 conquerors in there right now.
now that's a lot of conquerors, but gotta remember it turns off
Our drum.
our drum. But I think
And
two is probably the right number. There's not
doesn't
as
turn
many.
it
It
doesn't turn
also it
off
just
Zorline, right? Because Zorline's a
no.
triggered ability.
Yeah, it's a trigger. So,
Okay.
the only thing in our deck that this would turn off is Springleaf Drum, as
Okay.
of now, and I guess technically Curious Farm Animals,
Okay.
but we don't want them in the same matchup. To be fair,
You
um,
tried punching them under the table.
so
Hey, Calper.
Conquer is a lot worse than it used to be because there's just not as many mana creatures, and um, just as a heads up, the against decks like ours that play like a bunch of seam rips and things like that, decks like mono green are going to actually sideboard out
Yeah.
cards like Badger Mole Cub against us. So Clarion Conqueror, while we would still bring it in, obviously, is not nearly as good. Because you know they don't have as many Badger Mole Cubs.
Yeah.
Still a good card to have though. Because if we run into the occasional rhythm player, then Clarion they can't afford um to take out those things because that's the whole deck's function uh is based off of that.
So my thinking is I want to start with removal for the board. Beyond the 3 cards we already have there. And I want to do at least 1 extra Shelter by Ghost, and then maybe 2 more Get Lost, or 1 extra Get Lost and some other removal.
Sure. So my thought would be another Get Lost, another Sheltered by Ghosts.
Okay.
Just having more removal is good. I know a lot of people play uh Pyrrhic Strike. I think that's how you say that word. It's spelled very strangely.
I
Um,
believe that is right. Like it deals 3 damage to a creature. Oh no, it destroys sorry. Additional cost to cast a spell, you may blight 2, choose 1. If it was the blight was paid, you do both. Destroy
so
target
it's like
artifact or enchantment, or destroy target creature mana value 3 or greater.
it's quite good into like spell snare decks, but it's not very good otherwise.
Yeah.
Because like it's just sort of like I mean that's actually not true because it could do both things, which is actually quite good. But this card saw uptick in play because of spell snare.
Hmm.
Um, um, and so, but the problem is decks like Lessons where you really want that disenchant, don't really play spell snare anymore. They just play It'll Quencha, and this card is significantly worse into It'll Quencha than
Yeah.
you know, Sheltered by Ghosts or any other thing that does this effect most of the time. So I'm not necessarily a big fan of it. But it is a card to think about. Because it is like okay against like spellelementals as an example.
Hmm.
Because like it is a way to destroy both what's its name? The Legend of Karuk, which I don't think they'd bring in this matchup. But also like the big dumb elementals. But
Hmm.
this is a deck that should generally speaking have a reasonable matchup against spellelementals. Um, Especially because we're going to be playing cards like Deep Cavern Bat,
Yeah.
which they're not going to have like between that and Rest in Peace, they're going to have a really hard time.
Mhm.
So speaking of, that's our next sideboard card.
Okay. So
Rest
do
in
we
Peace.
only want the 2 pieces removal of the board?
We might put more in. I think it'll come down more to like that because that you know how I build sideboards, which is
Yep.
I like to think more about what I'm taking out in each matchup, and that informs how many cards that I can bring in.
Hmm.
Obviously, um, so I do think Rest in Peace though is I actually think it's 3 copies because we just want to make sure we see it on our opening hand. Um, because in the matchups where we want Rest in Peace, we really want it. Um, I agree with you. Berkeley. I also prefer Requisition Raid. Um, and I do think that's going to be the next card to talk about.
Okay.
And I actually think one thing that's a little unique because we have specifically Deep Cavern Bat, um, is I actually think that counters mode is going to matter a little bit more in our deck
Yes.
because drawing cards like Deep Cavern Bat is actually quite good. And I think we just want the one.
The 1?
Yeah, well, because you got to remember we have for like, like this is specifically for the Lessons matchup. We have Rest in Peace, we have Sheltered by Ghosts and Get Lost, and
Yep.
Curious Farm Animals. We have a ton of answers to their stuff.
Okay.
So we're not worried about needing to play a ton of Rec Raids. And that is really the only matchup where the card super shines in. Every other matchup where there's an enchantment we'd want to destroy, we'd rather have Get Lost and Sheltered by Ghosts.
Okay.
Um, and there's really no meaningful artifact deck.
Yeah.
Um, So the next question, I think, is when it comes to our ability. So no, we're playing all white cards so far on our sideboard. We need some diversity. I think we got to
Hand
look at
hate.
the black cards.
Hand hate.
I think so. I feel like we have access to it, so we might as well at least consider it.
Hmm.
Um, Also, there is and I know this is going to sound really strange. Um, if we're gonna start looking at black cards, some of the black cards we need to talk about. One, duress slash
Tactics.
tactics. Which I'm not sure how much of a tactics deck we actually are. Just because we have disenchants. Like the reason
Mhm.
Demir really likes to play tactics is because they can't deal with onboard enchant artifacts.
Yep.
But so like I think duress is the direction we'd want to go. Plus our pain point matchup, to be honest, is like blue white and Jeskai control. Um, so like I think duress would be the card that we would want to consider above tactics specifically.
Hmm. I can see like a 2 of.
Yeah, and I'm not even sold that we necessarily need it. mind you. Just I think it's a card that we should set, in there for now. And then this is I'm gonna sound really weird. I think we should consider sideboarding Kaido because of how bad our control matchup is. This deck is really bad against Day of Judgment, like all of these decks are.
Yes.
And
Yes.
as weird as it sounds, is I actually do think we are not an unreasonable Kaido deck, but it's not a thing that our core game plan is based around, but it would be a great pivot plan.
Mhm. I could understand that, and I could see 2 or 3 copies being added into the board.
That
Uh,
would be like two, I think.
and then counter magic was brought up in the chat. I do agree that the statement of counter magic is bad right now in standard in the format, but I feel like having something like a single disdainful stroke or something like that is fine.
Yeah, I would say actually Disdainful Stroke is probably the best one for us. And I think it would actually just be like we could play like two copies. Because again, it's another one of those things where we're really bad into control, and Disdainful Stroke is like the happy medium between counterspell that's good against control and counterspell that's good against mono green. Um, because that's obviously the other deck where counter spells are quite effective.
Mhm.
And it's also like not bad into decks like Doomsday Excruciator, um, which is another spot by the way where Kaido would come in because it's another like Wrath effect.
Yeah,
However, we get to play like obviously Deep Cavern Bat and things like that to insulate ourselves. Um, but yeah, like these are all I
cool.
think two strokes, and I think this is a good like we're gonna try things out
Yeah.
sideboard.
Turd brought
Um,
up a good point also for sideboard wise. Detect intrusion with Spearleaf Shrub.
Yeah, it's not terrible. The problem, like synergy wise, but it is bad in that Detect Intrusion is not a very good card right now.
Okay.
Like I don't hate Spider Sense, generally speaking, but there's a reason you don't see it get played a lot. Like it's been like the Spelementals deck ditched it because like the problem is just not enough targets for it. Um, Cowper Snare's a good card, but we don't have enough turn one blue sources to make that work.
Yeah.
Because the reason, and also we're a proactive deck, so we're trying to play a thing on turn one every game. So we're rarely going to go. Where Snare really shines is where you go blue source go on the draw, um, and we're not a deck that's really equipped to do that super effectively. We'd rather be like Seam Rip Your Llanowar Elves or deploy Momo slash Springleaf Drum, and our mana base is also constructed in a way
Mhm.
where that's more where we're leaning. But if we were built in a different way, we could play Snare, but I just don't think we're there right now. But I think this is a good starting point for Esper Momo.
I
And
agree.
worst case, it's incredibly bad.
Hmm.
And we're idiots who spent 50 minutes or whatever building a terrible deck.
Yeah. Well, before we go into the games, I'm gonna step away for like a minute. I gotta run to the restroom. You can talk to chat if you'd like to. Um,
I also have to run to the restroom, so I'm gonna shutter my camera and step out to go to the restroom.
okay. We love hot garbage, buddy. All right, chat. We'll both be back in a moment. Just hang out for a moment.
look who it is.
Player Midwest, thanks for the follow. Talk to West Tiberius. Was he on camera? Black has given us the utility of having of like Deep Combat for main board hand hate, and we also get like Zora line to take advantage of bringing some of our twos and less back. Also trying out Aclazots and then sideboard cards like hand hate with duress and playing Kaido. Do you happen to have thoughts about the no changes to the ban list? It doesn't surprise me. And like I'm mostly play standard or pioneer, so like I don't have too many thoughts about modern. Like standard seems in a fine spot right now, so I'm okay with the no bans happening. Um, John will have more detailed thoughts than I did. He did mention about wishing of some unbans. Um, I'll bug him about that when he's back. Accumulate wisdom was too good. Oh, were you at the RSQ we were both at on Saturday that John and I were at? Okay, I totally forget. I always forget like Twitch names and IRL faces with them usually, so I'm sorry. Unless it was something that should stay banned. Fairness balance is pretty thin. Then how now to create a monster? Could create a monster. Like I was excited to see the ban announcement today, and then I saw like, oh, okay, sure. This town ain't big enough. Nothing wrong with that card. That was one of the cards that John mentioned. The Demir Control Trooser. Oh, okay, okay, okay. And that was what today, Cack. Oh boy. I'm gonna play this again and hopefully it doesn't stop. I'm technically streaming to 3 places right now. I'm streaming to John, to you guys on Twitch and YouTube. And Spotify stopped working in mid-song. How's my kickflip coming along? I can't even kickflip still. I haven't picked up my skateboard since when snow fell. I'm excited to try this list out. Berkeley, welcome to the YouTube chat. It was cold over there. Or an A Club, I'm curious. I mean, I could try making a mod over there. A Club did not age that well. Yeah, we were talking about that, and the thought of making Aclazotz a sorry, Berkeley, your mod over there. Aclazotz, we talked about it, and we were thinking of like the option to be able to cast it by turn 3 of having that opportunity, or casting it in turn early, turn 4, because of Momo and Drum. Did it did interest us. I thought it was gonna be one of in the main, one in the board, but we're trying not two in the main. And Beth, Spectacular Spider-Man as a one of. Why? Just because we're in Demir colors? Yeah, if it had flying, I would say maybe. Archie's being tough on Blake right now. He is. Any chonky good flyer out there? We kind of went through all the flyers already while brewing. I'm sorry. I'm curious about what Stormrat just said. Oops. Guess about the other formats. Was it in a reply? Yeah, you can post a link. Some life gain payoffs. Well, we do have Deep Cavern Mat. We have a Shelter by Ghost, and we got Sage of Disguise.
I returned.
Welcome back. Apparently, Fire Shoes is being tough on Blake about the band announcement.
Good, they should be. It was kind of silly to read.
Um,
Especially the modern section. I think the modern section was a joke.
I'm looking at Blake's quote post right now. I'm gonna pull it up on the stream for everybody to see. You're still
I suppose
shuttered.
I should be like more fair to Blake, I guess, in the sense that like
He's just the face.
yeah, like he's not the guy making these decisions.
No.
And like the fact that they are I am blocking most of the replies.
Okay. So, oh, you were gonna say something else. You said and
But yeah, like the whole thing, like I think like the two sections that jumped out to me reading the ban announcement was Pioneer and Modern.
mhm.
Standard was whatever. We kind of expected no change. We actually I wouldn't even say kind of. We overwhelmingly expected no other changes in Modern. Um because I'm sorry, in Standard, because like Standard's in a reasonable place. They did call out the speed of the format being a little problematic, and that's
Mhm.
true. But like I don't know what one card you could axe without creating a like if you got rid of Badger Mole Cup, I guess like the whole format would completely change.
I think
Because
it's
that is
also just the
the
amount of sets in the format that definitely
and
tie
that's
into that.
really well then that's just like increase the power level, right? Um so that's a whole other conversation. I think
Yeah.
the standard thing was fine. The Pioneer one really bothered me. Like I'm actually gonna pull up the article again.
Okay.
Was that so if we start, they talk about, it's like the whole thing's about like Grease Fang, which is whatever. I guess that's like the best thing to be
They
doing
actually said
currently.
something about Pioneer in there.
Yeah, there's a whole section about Pioneer.
I have it up on
It's
the
in a
stream too.
unique place, blah blah blah. There's a ton of talk about Grease Fang, which feels really weird. But mostly like patting themselves on the back that the red decks aren't super dominant anymore. You can
Mhm.
play other things. Um, but like it's a weird hyper focus on Grease Fang, which is strange. But
Yeah,
then like this is the line that really bothered me. The format has a defined few decks that are going to see success the most reliably, but it's an environment where players can pick their favorite kind of strategy and champion it to find success over time. Honestly, I'd recommend giving it a shot. That's the thing that bothers me and bothered a lot of people, I think, because the reason we aren't giving Pioneer a shot is because Wizards isn't giving Pioneer a shot.
yes, I agree. Pioneer's
don't
my
don't
favorite format, and I don't have a
don't
reason to play it.
don't be like I'd recommend giving it a shot when the only reason we don't play it is because you basically don't let us play it in a meaningful capacity.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, we could sit here and play a ton of it on Arena or Moto or whatever, and but like it felt very patronizing, personally to me, where it's like I actually really like Pioneer, and the only reason that I don't play more of it is because I have to play so much modern and standard and limited throughout the
yep.
year that I just don't have the time to really dedicate myself to playing Pioneer, nor would any serious aspiring professional competitive player.
And Carmen
Um,
wrote the Pioneer section.
um,
Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah,
seeing.
Carmen Clumparents did. I think they wrote most of the non-legacy. Oh no, they even wrote legacy, and vintage. So
Oh,
that was like, to me, that really bothered me, that line where it's like, don't patronize us. Like
yeah.
you, like, maybe not Carmen specifically, but like Wizards is the reason we don't play Pioneer more, because like they don't give us a real reason to.
And they won't
So it's
acknowledge
like,
it either of us asking about it.
exactly, every time it comes up in a conversation of like, hey, is Pioneer going to be an RCQ format again? Like,
Hmm.
we never get a clear answer, and we never will get a clear answer.
Yeah, like we in this reply to Blake, there's the Crew 3 podcast. Why does it feel like support for Pioneer has suddenly dropped off? It was a multi-season RCQ format, a Pro Tour format, and now it's not even a Spotlight Series side event. You keep telling us news on the format is coming, and then radio silence. And
Yeah,
then
which is
yeah, like I would like them to say something about Pioneer. Just at least tell us, hey, we're not going to support it anymore. At least tell us that.
like, just be honest, like,
Yes.
and be like, hey, yeah, we're like, or saying that, like, it's a supported format, but we have no intention of using it for X, Y, or Z,
Yeah.
right? Like, and I think that's fine, and they can always bring it back later. Like, I think honestly, they might wait a few years and then start focusing again on Pioneer.
Yeah.
Um,
After rotation.
but like after like another rotation or two, when like the card pool is like meaningfully different than standard.
Yeah,
But
but they need to at least tell us that.
yeah,
Um,
like at least be honest why we're not using Pioneer more.
mhm,
Would be my, like, not even like what your intentions are for it, but why aren't we using Pioneer as much? And just be honest about it. Like,
mhm.
is it because it doesn't sell booster packs? That's fine. Be honest about it.
Yeah.
Um, they have no intention of making another Modern Horizons anytime soon. So like, you could make the same argument about Modern right now. They aren't
Mhm,
making direct to Modern sets anymore, at least that they've announced.
yeah.
You know,
And then
so it's like it's in the same place. So I don't understand. I get Modern's a more popular format than Pioneer is, but I also think that's because Pioneer has been a wildly mismanaged format for its entire life.
yes. And then if you look at Fireshoe's post, like one of Magic's greatest strengths is the variety of ways it can be played. But we've seen standard over and over for RSQs and spotlights with a little modern or limited as a treat. When can we expect either format such as Pioneer, Pauper, and Legacy to receive support? And then there's a screenshot of which I'm assuming is from a
Wikipedia.
spreadsheet of some kind from
It's a
2025 all to
Wikipedia page.
2026. Okay. Uh showing the amount of players and the winners, and then like if you look at
These
it,
are all spotlight series
okay,
specifically, and yeah, it's like overwhelmingly standard with we got 2 modern ones and 1 limited one in all of 2026, and
hmm
the 2 modern one and to say we got 2 modern ones, I would have to put like a huge like asterisk next to because like most people playing in Utrecht weren't going to play in Indianapolis
yeah,
and vice versa. So it's like realistically it's like okay, well Europe got what um 2, one was standard, one was modern. Japan got 1 and it was standard. And like that's so it's like Japan didn't even get a modern spotlight series, right? Uh so like, in regions like that where it's even worse than it would be otherwise.
yeah. And then he has a lot of he has well at least 7 replies and a lot of people interacting with the post. Um, but like there, a lot of people are bringing up the point of like, well, Pioneer's too close to standard power level now, but like yeah, but it's still a format. It should still at least be acknowledged if it's not coming back or not.
Yeah, like I think that's really the thing is that I get that yeah, like a lot of Pioneer decks are just standard decks or they're the key role players of standard slotted into Pioneer archetypes, right?
hmm
Um but at the same time it's like there is enough distinctly different about it that I do think it would be worth at least saying why we're not using it because I think that's the thing that really you know that's the thing that really bothers me is it's less about the lack of use more and more about the lack of transparency would be my biggest problem with it where it's like you know that's Wizards biggest problem on a lot of topics is that I really wish that we would just get you know um you know I really just wish we'd get more transparency and that's been a problem for Wizards of the Coast forever at this point. That's nothing new. And then the other one that really bothered myself and a lot of other people was the fact that the like entire modern section was about Sultai Living End,
Hmm.
which by the way is not a good deck. It is not good. It most of its success in the last chunk of tournaments was from a guy who was actively cheating the entire time.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was the guy who was like vampiric tutoring cards at the top of his library when he was fetching. Like, and that was the only guy doing like moderately okay with the deck on a consistent basis, and it was because he was actively cheating the whole time. The deck does not have a good presence on Magic Online, and it did not get any meaningful like Formidable Speaker adds some redundancy to the deck, but it is just like, what if I could play a Cascade card that doesn't say Cascade on it and just puts a card that's it's like it's not the same and it's never going to
hmm
be what it was without Violent Outburst.
I'm
Um,
replying to his tweet.
I saw.
Okay.
So the whole modern thing, and also like they made this like huge deal about how they're gonna unban cards in modern. And I
With the
know a lot of
tutor
people I know a lot of people will disagree with me on specifically some of the unbanned cards cards I think should be um unbanned in modern. Like I think Uro should be unbanned at this point. Um, because
if anyone
the
wants to
truth
reply to
is
my if anyone wants to
go
reply
ahead.
to my post or like it or something, go ahead and do that. But you were talking about
Because
Earl.
like yeah, so like Uro is just worse than Flage, like by a lot, like not even by a little, like by a lot. There is no clear deck that would even play Uro. A lot of people say Amulet Titan. Amulet Titan's not going to play Uro. I'll tell you that as a dedicated Amulet Titan player, we would not play Uro because it would be just like, what if I could play um Explore, but it costs 3 mana? And I could never cast it from my graveyard because I'm not even actively trying to do it. And maybe it builds a new deck. Maybe there's an Uro deck, right? And if anything, that's a good thing because Modern could go for I don't know any kind of shakeup at this point. And they even made a big deal about being like, well, we're going to unban cards, even risky cards like Mox Opal. And look, Mox Opal actually settled into being like a reasonable card for the metagame. The affinity deck is a little scary at times because it can do a lot on turn one, but like you can beat that. Like you can beat the affinity starts relatively easily, to be honest. Even a turn two Kappa Cannoneer is not the end of the world. But like, there's also cards like Ponder. Like Ponder is not an unreasonable Magic card at this point. But when you compare it to like Modern as a whole, I understand a lot of people would be like, I think the bigger argument is that it makes the format too much more like Legacy for some people's tastes. But at the same time, it's like we're already putting a bunch of free spells into the format, so like, why not make it more like Legacy? Like, I don't see what the problem is
Mhm.
personally. And sure, is it better than Preordain? Yes, but Preordain's not particularly good. So that's not a high bar to clear. And oh no, we have a good blue cantrip for once. It's not the end of the world. Uh, if I keep going down the list, Fury shouldn't have even been banned in the first place. I'm still baffled by that card being banned ever. Um, and like And my tinfoil hat is that they banned it so that Boros Energy could come out of the box of MH3 and be like one of the best things to be doing. Because Fury would be actively great against that deck.
Hmm.
So that's my tinfoil hat on that ban. I can keep going, like Deathrite Shaman. I think anybody who is afraid of Deathrite Shaman hasn't read the card Tameo, Inquisitive Student. Like even in Legacy, like I think Deathrite would be a lot better in Legacy than it is in Modern because of cards like Wasteland. Um, but like, and Birthing Pod is going to fall into the same argument. Deathrite Shaman existed in Modern at a time when it was really hard to answer Deathrite Shaman because the only two 1 mana removal spells that existed were like that were reasonable to play were Lightning Bolt
And Path.
and Path to Exile, and then I guess Oust technically existed as a card you could play at the time, but um, it's like so the problem is that like Deathrite Shaman did a lot for 1 mana, but it's like we have cards like Ocelot Pride and Ragavan and Tameo, and like what's the problem? Like everyone will be like, well, Deathrite's a 1 mana planeswalker. Tameo is literally a 1 mana planeswalker, and flipping it is trivial. Like you flip it by doing something you would already do anyway.
Hmm.
Drawing extra cards. Like you would actively be doing it regardless of the Tameo. And flipping Tameo then means flipping Tameo is trivial in the decks that want to do it. So what really gets me is it's like, why is Deathrite Shaman banned still? I do not understand it. Um, anybody who's made the argument that it should stay banned to me seems to be afraid of it because they like played Modern when it was legal. I also played Modern when it was legal, and it was really good back then. But like Modern's a completely different format. The games need to go really long for Deathrite Shaman to be good, and I don't know if anybody has played Modern recently. The games don't go long. Like you're dying to Storm, Titan, Belcher, Gorios, like even Boros can kill you like by turn 4. So it's
Mhm.
like Deathrite Shaman is not a card that is good when the game is only like 3 or 4 turns long. And what's the worst case? It creates a deck that's capable of dragging the game out for like 4 more turns. Like, oh no. Oh no. Like
Makes
I think
bans even affect the format.
I think Deathrite Shaman would see play, Cowper. I don't know if it would even see play like because like the most obvious home people think of is like Yawgmoth. I don't even think Yawgmoth would bother playing it. I think Delighted Halfling's just a better card for them. But it's like um and then to circle back to Thick Shack, which great name by the way, Birthing Pod. Birthing Pod is a card that would have gotten worse like immediately after it was banned. Because like I don't know if anybody remembers the timing of the Birthing Pod ban. It was banned immediately before the card Kolaghan's Command was about to be printed into the format. And I don't know if anybody remembers early Kolaghan's Command Modern, but you could just play 4 copies of that card back then because it was really good. And it was just like when Birthing Pod was the best thing to be doing in Modern, it was because answering artifacts was a pain in the ass. And now answering artifacts in your main deck is like trivial. Like that's why artifacts and enchantments don't see nearly like aren't nearly as universally good as they used to be. Like Birthing Pod was a broken card because it was an artifact and you couldn't main deck disenchants very easily. Unless you were Birthing Pod, where you could go get like Rex Sage or whatever equivalent card. Um, so like I do think that that's another card that it's like this card wouldn't like oh no, there's a Birthing Pod deck. It's not the end of the world, you know. Oh no, we maybe have to play some ways to destroy Birthing Pod in our main deck. Like I don't know, Beseiju, who endures, or Prism or Flame of Anor, a card cards we already play actively in main decks would naturally answer the card. Similar to how when Splinter Twin got unbanned, it was like, well, killing creatures for 1 or less mana is actually like a thing now, pretty easily, and so Splinter Twin is not nearly as threatening as it used to be, even though they printed like a really good 2 mana Splinter Twin target. Uh, Treasure Cruise specifically, Treasure Cruise is a little more problematic because delving in Modern is not exactly a challenge. But at the same time, like 1 mana draw 3, like we're doing it in standard. So I don't see what the problem
Mhm.
would be by doing it in modern necessarily. Um Also again, it's a card that requires the game to go long to matter. Um and I think modern could actually do with a little bit more like relative fairness in the format, like versus like the sort of like because like right now it's what Boros, Jeskai, Blink, and then after that it's like a hellscape of combo decks. And that's just the format in general, and that's been the format for a while. With I guess Tron is a fair deck in the
Mhm.
context of modern, but like it doesn't feel fair when you're losing to it. Same with Boros, same with Blink, same with Gorios. But yeah,
Hey,
like
Crisis
I
Leader.
think I think the modern section was also very insulting because again it focused on a deck that was bad for some reason. I don't know why they would think to focus on Living End. It's almost as if they weren't paying attention to the controversy surrounding the deck, or they're actively trolling us. If I'm being honest with you, that's how it felt, and so because of that, that's why I think that's why I think it's insulting to a lot of people. I do love that they are like Amulet Titan is on the watch list because of the way it runs clocks down, and it's like sure, it's like the eighth most played deck usually. I don't know why we're hyper fixating on that, but
Mhm.
yeah. But yeah, my I felt that the whole thing, all things considered, was very those specific 2 sections were quite insulting. And this like we're gonna unban things in modern, and now we're afraid to unban anything in modern for some reason. Feels like a really weird pivot because like modern doesn't need anything banned per se, but it could definitely use some unbans. Like I could go through the modern ban list and probably pick like 8 cards they could unban, and it would probably be fine for the format. If I'm being 100% honest with you.
What was that?
What was
Oh,
what?
Crisis Leader, thanks for 50 bits.
But yes, the I really hope that they finally change their philosophy at some point. But to be honest with you, I doubt that they will ever. So
But with that being said, we are going to get some games in. How do you want to do this? Do you want to do ladder, or do you want me to just play against you?
we can do some direct challenges.
For
I
sure.
think that'll be a little bit better. Oh my god, there was a historic update.
Yeah, food chain.
Food chain is banned. Oh my god, that card that historically does nothing but busted shit is banned.
Yeah, finally.
Who would have guessed? All right. Well, if we're gonna do this proper, um, I'll play you with, I guess, prowess, landfall, and lessons.
Okay.
I guess we'll take. This is third place in today's challenge. That's good. This was the first place in the standard last chance. I love that it's crazy that Hatchling Nursery went from being like the most feared card in the landfall decks to being like it's not even seeing any play in the landfall decks.
Yeah, because prowess popped up, right?
But yeah, prowess can like go over the top of it with an otter. Elusive otter can just become unblockable,
Yep.
and then it's not great in the mirror match either. But it's like backbreaking against a lot of other decks is why I find it amusing. Okay, there. I've got some high placing deck lists from the last couple of events.
All right. I bet.
Right, I need you to pick 1, 2, or 3.
3.
All right.
Your guarantee is the one against any Demir deck or very interactive deck. Yes. Uh, uh, no. We're gonna mulligan this hand here. We'll keep this. Start I want.
Yeah, it's usually not ideal to not lead on drum slash Momo.
I know, but I don't think you want to mold a 5. Well, I mean, I could have mold a 5.
Mhm. I would go to 6 to look for it, but probably not 5.
For some reason, Manua's cat. Yeah, her name is Moon. Oh boy. Yeah, Moon. There's no way I'm dead to that on your turn 3, right? You play that. 2, 4, 6.
No, the
Wild
most
Ride.
I could deal is like 11.
Okay.
I guess Wild Ride changes that math a little bit. That adds 1. So I could get up to, I guess, 13 damage total.
I think we're just doing
So, yeah.
this. Moon looks grumpy right now. Oh, she's sleeping. Okay. Talking up.
That's a good one.
I think that was fair to do. guess if you have Seer, that's like your whole entire turn. Am I getting wild rided?
You are getting wild rided.
Oh boy.
It's not as dev. I was actually one short of lethal, but you're gonna get to gain 5 life though, which is pretty big.
Is there any way I can? Hey, Ryan. Trying to think. I guess start off with warping.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable here. And don't forget you can tap Riddler for mana with the drum.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I am dead now. Yeah, this feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely not a matchup where Mockingbird was very good, but
No. Like, that's all I can really do right now. No monster trait helps with being alive, though. Yeah.
Indicators too. Is there a way for me to do this? I guess this will tell me if you have it. You don't.
Yeah, no, I'm looking very dead.
Yes.
Okay. So sheltered, get lost. There's consideration for duress here. I'm considering completely cutting Starfield Shepherd in this matchup.
I mean, it really depends on what you're bringing in, but
Yeah.
is Bounce Off better than Into the Flood Maw? Yes. Specifically in a deck like this. So you gotta remember, Bounce Off can target your own things. So Bounce Off is also a way to protect yourself from removal spells. And there's a world where you like bounce off an elusive otter and then cast the adventure on like to another elusive otter. Just as an example of a thing you can do. So it's one of those things where it's like marginally better. in some games, in some matchups, or like they're functionally the same, or even sometimes it's marginally worse. But in matchups, like as a deck where all your stuff dies to burst lightning, it's not a bad card to have.
Oh my god.
So you can just go to 5.
Yes.
Brutal. Oh.
I did have an opener with Garfield and I think it was Pixie, but it was all lands after that.
Mm.
We're still in if I outside of that.
Hmm?
I was just reading chat.
That's exactly right, Berkeley. Yeah, it's specifically better against High Noon.
Oh my god.
I know. I found a second seer.
Oh, give me a second. I got a phone call.
Mm-hmm. All right. I can still see you, chat. By the way, I just have the actual stream covered up.
Okay, sorry about that.
You're good. Where'd I get the name Saltiest Gaijin? Oh, that's funny. Um, I knew this Japanese guy, and that's what he called me. It's really that simple of a story.
That's all he called you?
Yeah, he just called me that once, and I liked it.
Oh.
Made me laugh. Not bad.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Actor 4.
Okay, I see you.
And now I'm just waiting for to be able to do stuff. You gave John the 1,000-yard stare at the RC because he couldn't remember his Twitch handle. He knew his face.
That's actually happened a few times. We've unlocked blue mana, chat.
Cancel that.
Yeah, if you need to cast the drum, I manually tap a land, yeah. Nice. This is the other thing I like about Springleaf Drum, is like awkward as it is, like where you're like missing blue mana, it, like giving us a way to have another 3 color source is nice.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm considering, do I shock in and shelter on my Pixie, or do I just play a tap land? At 9 life. Or Eddie Mercrabble will be discounted by... well, you could
It's
just
currently
bounce.
costs 3.
Yeah, and you could just bounce the shelter, I guess. I know it cost 2.
I mean, if you do that, it means I can't attack you
Yeah.
on my turn unless I have a slick shot. But so it's like, would you rather take 2 or however much damage I can pump out with this elusive otter?
Yeah. Months away, I leave so much room for the meta to change, especially with Strixhaven release. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I think that was right.
Am I dead? Flash it in 5. There'll be 6 damage. Whatever other spells you have. Could be dead.
I didn't play a land, but there are sequences where this deck would just skip its land drop.
Yeah.
You could, yeah, if you cast Riddler, like, you're pretty much for sure dead, because you'd have to tap the Pixie, and then my Eddie Mercrab will just tap the Riddler.
Yeah.
So it feels like the only line you have to go for is the Sheltered, but, like, if I'm bouncing Sheltered here, it means I
Jeff,
clearly have a
You
Burst
hear what
Lightning.
that sound in the distance is?
I did have
It's a
another Riddler in hand.
raid!
Audrey, thanks for
Okay.
the raid.
It gives you some options, because I think ideally here you're looking for, like, a Seam Rip.
Guess what I found? Hey, Tawdry, how you doing? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Can a mod shout Tawdry, please? I'm being a little bit risky here. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, everybody. Hi, my name is Jaffer. I'm holding a cat. Her name is Moon, and I have a guest, John, here on stream. Oh. I'm worried.
Yeah, you're getting priority, though. It's that last card, to Get Lost.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're still in a game here.
Most important, the cat. Yeah. Her name is Moon. She's a newer kitty of mine.
I suppose I should have waited. It was maybe a touch aggressive of me, but...
Yeah, she's a Doherty. You have a Doherty too? Aw. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
It's a good one.
Feel like me attacking's a bit aggressive.
I mean, but you have a 4/4,
Yeah.
like, if I was going to do the, like, yeah, I think you're fine.
Well, I have 3 of your elusive otters. If you have a 1 of elusive otter, wild ride.
Well, yeah, but the Pixie can't block in that scenario anyway.
Yeah. Name is Nova. Oh, I like that name. So part of me is actually considering sheltering my ghost on this Pixie to get to increase my life gain. That'd be 8 life at the beginning. There's a chance you might have a removal spell for the Pixie.
Be 7, but yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like I could have a Burst Lightning for the Pixie, in which case I get a little clean 2-for-1. So, given the size of my hand, I don't think that you should go for it, because there's a good chance that I kill it in response.
Yeah. There's a chance you could have another seer for the bat. Oh, hello.
What I have is an Eddie Mercrab to tap both your guys.
Constant shelter. Yeah, that's true. I'm kind of forced to go sheltered.
Which now it should be Acklezot's, because that plays
Yeah.
around exactly Burst Lightning. These decks tend to only play like 2 copies of Seer in the board.
Okay.
Just as an FYI. I just have a second Eddie Merc crab is the
Oh.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So my stock up was Eddie Merc.
Okay. You want to do a
Yeah.
game 3?
Yeah, we can do one. So I'll
Okay.
concede so we can get a second sideboarded game out of this.
Yeah, John is great.
Thank Todd. Did we thank Todd Rehorn?
Oh yeah, we did. Tawdry is a friend of the stream. Her husband is been a long time viewer.
Okay. This might be a risky 7 from my side, but it's got a lot of good things.
Kind of wanted to keep it just because I have a Riddler in hand.
Yeah, that's not a reason to think twice. Is not a reason to keep a
Okay,
hand.
I have Drum and Riddler in my hand and 3 lands.
Okay, that's a little more because you have the drum. I would keep it because your ideal turn 1 is like Springleaf Drum
Yeah.
slash Momo, not in that order. In the other order, but it's even off a Concealed Courtyard too.
Not gonna lie, you fucking cackled on nonchalant. I just have another Eddie Merc crab. Ooh, okay.
Well, this is a learning stream, so You can look at this priceless hand. This is why it was a risky keep. The double island start.
Yeah.
Pay dirt. Yeah, stock up.
Okay.
Lock it in and stocking up. I think we have to go like that. I suppose that for sure. And I think I'm gonna go that.
Ow.
Watch out, paw. I'm chipping in.
Well,
Damn,
this is
that's
fair
actually
to do.
fucking brutal.
Oh yeah, seeing your hand, like your Eddie Merc crab's discount by 2. That's fine to do.
No, you were right to do that. You even could have held it up there. Like that was a spot where you definitely could have held it up. Maybe make me like go all in on.
I think I'm making it blow this up right now before I attack. Gain 2.
Yeah, my thought is like I could also fire magic to just kill the bat and then untap and deal with Zoraline, but I think I've got to be mana efficient here.
I don't really see the point of holding Ain back where you can make your
Yeah.
otter outgrow Ain.
Yeah, no, I agree with that actually.
I'm using Sonify, Berkeley, but I'm using it through Spotify, not YouTube. Oof. I think I do this, and then I tap the bat. Then that forces you to bounce it.
It's not bad.
Have another crab.
I have 2 more crabs.
Ugh.
That's still mildly annoying, but because it's gonna force me to level up Storm Chasers instead. But
I mean, it doesn't matter really.
no, probably not. Actually, it was probably smart of me to tap these in your upkeep, specifically so you couldn't use either of them for Springleaf Drum. But I don't think that
Yeah.
matters a ton.
Hey, I think I'm just dead.
I believe so. Yes. The correct take, by the way, was Boomerang Basics.
I
But
know. I know it is. I just didn't see the point right there. Yeah,
well,
like
you should always play correctly.
yeah. I have a Hollowed Fountain, Riddler, and Ghost in hand.
Mm. Oh,
I
Sheltered by Ghosts.
yeah, Shelter by Ghost. There's nothing I can do here.
I don't believe so. Yeah, because I go cast, tap your 2 that can attack.
Hmm.
You could go shock, sheltered, and then I just untap and I Boomerang Basics the thing you sheltered. Um, and then the game's just over.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, so the one of the things to talk about though is that I mean, so at least for the Jeskai deck, the Jeskai version of Momo, this is traditionally a good matchup. But like, I feel like one of the things is we saw some pretty poor hands out of you because like one of the things that's really good in this matchup specifically is Sage of the Skies. Like that's a really good card
Yes.
against prowess because you just make 2 things that and it's like, well, okay, they can bounce it off or they can Eddie Merc crab, but like you just start attacking with them right away. Especially if you can do the turn 2 Sage of the Skies play. So like in my experience, that's like it's generally not terrible, but I'm not sure if maybe the Esper deck is gonna struggle more in the matchup. It could, but tough to say.
Hmm.
All right, pick 1 or 2.
Uh, One.
Okay.
But before we do play, I do need to step away just for a brief moment.
Okay.
Um, so I'll be back in just a moment. If John is here, you can talk to
I
him,
will
chat.
be here.
Okay, that's it, man. All right, I will make it
Briefly
very brief
check
for a
on my
moment.
phone. Yeah. Yeah, Stormbreath. I mean, prowess can feel tough. I think those were games where I feel like if like Jaffer had led on like Momo in some of those games, I'd be forced to like deal with Momo instead of like advancing my board, which creates a different dynamic. Aquazotz, I mean, Aquazotz was very threatening there. So it wasn't terrible. It just, I feel like, our ideal way of playing Aquazotz is to like Momo Springleaf Drum Aquazotz, so we can play it on like turn 3. Um, but it was realistically no worse than a Quantum Riddler in any of those spots. Um, because like a Quantum Riddler would also just be like tapped with a Eddie Merc Crab. I guess like maybe the one downside is that it's vulnerable to sear, but like then we just get a land out of the deal, so it's like not the end of the world necessarily from a value proposition. I think we'll see the value of Aquazats in other and maybe like the mono green matchup especially. I do worry more about it in the lessons matchup where like combustion technique is a card that exists. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Talaria Midwest. I do think that there's a concern where like Seer is very good against Aquazot specifically. Um, well, that's what we're trying to find out, Calper. Is you know we're trying something new to see if it's worth doing. All the people who play like the really cool new decks that you see show up at like a Spotlight series or an RC or a Pro Tour. This is exact for every like really cool deck that did well, there's like a dozen that did poorly. Emptiness is not a good Magic card, unfortunately. Ubila. I wish it was better, but the truth is that it's rarely worth the mana investment. And like the scenarios you're talking about, like reanimating a pixie to bounce our emptiness is like kind of sad. I wish emptiness was a better card. If it worked with Momo, I think it would be more interesting. But even then, it's still it would be 5 mana. And it doesn't work with Momo, so there's not much point in thinking about it. Yes, but that costs less mana than what you're trying to do. And also doesn't require the pixie be in our graveyard. Yeah, well, the problem is that to get the emptiness into Airbend, you needed 5 mana in play to begin with. Because you needed to go like, or I guess in this deck you could get away with it as early as turn 3, because you could produce 4 mana on turn 3, where you'd go like Momo, Drum, and then you'd have to go like Emptiness, ideally for black, I guess, and then like with the Evoke trigger on the stack, you could cast a 2 mana Ang and Airbend it, but it's just like that is a 4 card combo that basically just says I got to play, a 2 mana neg 3 twice, and like that's a lot to like not kill X4s. But I mean, it's an interesting thought. You should definitely always think about cards. Definitely always think things through. Um, the one thing I'm not sold on so far is the Starfield Shepherd, because I'm feeling like Mockingbird isn't particularly good in this deck, or I worry that it's not, I should say. And I think one of the problems that this deck will run into comparatively to like the Jeskai Momo deck, like I really liked in the Jeskai deck, you had cards like Duelist of the Mind, which unfortunately we don't get to play enough things to trigger that. And then they also had like Ashling Rekindled, and Ashling Rekindled uh, sets up some really interesting plays where between Momo, if you go Momo Drum, you can go like turn 3, 1 mana Quantum Riddler, and then you go Ninja Go to punch something and then blink the Riddler. And then Ashling also lets you do that on turn 3. So you get to have this sort of uh like redundancy in the fact that you could like really set up this I'm gonna go Riddler, go Ninja Go, do that. Yeah. Yeah. I really like the Jeskai Momo deck. I played it over the weekend, in 2 local events, and I played it a little bit on Arena recently, and I've really enjoyed the deck. I like the fact that it's like a mid-range deck. It's like more relative fair Magic. and you're just sort of doing, which to be fair, I guess most standard decks are fair, but just feels good to play something different. So obviously, I've played a lot of spell elementals over the last couple of weeks and months, I guess, at this point. That's what we're gonna find out, QB. Because the Jeskai deck could beat up on mono green pretty easily outside of Sapling Nursery. But the Jeskai deck also has access to that ridiculous Go Ninja Go line on turn 3, where we don't. We give that up to play Deep Cavern Bats and things like that, which, to be fair, have their own value in a matchup like that, because you get to, they play mana ramp threat, we go Ninja Go, take the thing they're trying, the ideal thing they want to ramp into, and then their game plan could fall apart in a manner. I agree with you, Berkeley. I was not impressed with Momo. Like, I'm definitely not impressed that much by the mono white Momo decks, and even like the other 2-color Momo decks. Like, I've not been impressed by those, but I do think the Jeskai is I think it's different enough from the other Momo decks. It's more similar to like a Boros Dragons, but it's trying to do you know, it's trying to do a more unique game plan than the other Momo decks.
I'm back.
Wait, Black River. Welcome back.
I stepped away real quick to grab food before it was put away.
You're good.
Breaded beef, lentils, white rice, and cheese.
Fun. I had I ate vegan today,
Oh,
like all day.
how was that?
I'm gonna do that more. Or I eat less meat during the week. It was good. Like, did you say 1 or 2 before?
I think I said 1.
Okay.
Did you see Sam's message in chat?
No, my bedtime is in an hour.
Stop it. That's not a toy.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock Central right now. I try to be in bed by 9 o'clock during the week. You know what the next thing we got to work on stream is?
What's that?
The turtle pile decks.
Turtle pile decks?
And the green mid-range decks.
Oh,
With Mutagen Man. Those are like so that gets such us coded that it's not even funny.
mm-hmm.
Like, I wasn't sure. I don't know, Sam. For all I know, you live in like, I don't know, Newfoundland time or something. Go, Grandma. Oh fuck. Rip my grandma.
Rip my grandma.
Brutal. Grandma down. Look at that mana. Look at that flawless mana. You see, that was not a bad turn 3 right there.
That was my opener. I was like, oh, I could wait till turn 3. No, there's no reason to play Momo on 1. That in your hand.
Pretty good. You know what I really like doing with Pixie in this deck is when you get to
Picking up
attack with your Sage and pick your Sage up.
I like doing that too.
Yeah.
When I ask me
think
what
this
my bedtime
game.
is, it is not the same every day.
I think I'm just dead, if I'm being honest.
I think so too. Like
I
I'm
don't
just
think
gonna
there's
attack
any.
and do the pixie play.
Yeah, like I think I'd have to have had found a turn 2 talent and have it leveled up by now, all the way to 3. Because then, like, an Iroh's demonstration can kill all this stuff, but
Yeah.
you actually would have, I think, you would have dealt more damage if you did this pre-combat. Not that I think it's fairly trivial, if I'm being honest, but you would have dealt one more point of damage.
I had been at 2 versus 3. Yeah. Ew, you go to bed at like 4 to 6 a.m. Gross. I'm usually getting up around 4 to 5 a.m. when I work. If I don't work, at latest I sleep at 8 or 9 o'clock.
If I had been able to do this like a turn earlier, I think I would have been in a much better position, but yeah, I'm just dead.
I think this is a matchup where if you're able to do Sage, if you're on the Momo list against Lessons, I think if you're able to go Sage of the Skies on turn 2 or 3, copied, I think it's a little bit harder for Lessons to beat.
Oh no, it absolutely is. Like this is definitely one of those matchups where like this is a matchup where like Storm Chaser's talent just isn't particularly good, for example. Um yeah, this one can be particularly brutal because I feel like it can go really fast one direction or the other. And really the key card in the matchup is Slag Storm.
Yeah.
And obviously like Lessons doesn't main deck Slag Storm. So um that's like, the really tricky bit.
This is a matchup I'm considering Kaido for.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you think about the dynamic, is this is like a sweeper based matchup.
Hmm.
Going turn 3 Kaido, this deck has a really hard time dealing with the card Kaido.
Yeah.
And since we're in the dark, I wouldn't know that you're playing Kaido because you're not playing an established archetype.
Yeah.
For me to make that guesstimation, so I would absolutely bring in Kaido. Like
My
this deck
thought
struggles to answer Kaido.
my thought then goes to like, what am I cutting? Like I'm wanting to bring in Kaido, all 3 rips,
I mean,
farm
I would cut the
animals, and raid.
stuff that commits you to the board too much.
Mm,
So I would guess Mockingbird
yeah.
isn't particularly good.
Deep cover Pat
Um,
isn't particularly super great against Lessons, I think.
I mean, it's more of like I'll take a removal spell right now and then use my bat to Kaido. I feel like is more likely the thing that's gonna happen.
Hmm.
Because if you go Momo, I go kill it. You go bat, and I can't kill it right away because I'm like tapped out or whatever. And you take my removal spell, and then all of a sudden you just have the lane clear to play Kaido.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's a pretty reasonable line that would exist. I would say like Aquazotz isn't very good here because this is a combustion technique matchup. So
Hmm.
like
I guess
But
cut one Sora line also.
yeah, like,
Or
are you
both.
bringing in because you're bringing in Rest in Peace, right?
Yeah, I could cut both.
I would cut
Um,
both. I would cut both Sora lines if you're bringing in Rest in Peace.
And then maybe bring in the second Get Lost is worth it.
Well, you can overboard here because you're already bringing in Farm Animal, Requisition
Yeah.
Raid, and 3 Rest in Pieces. So, like, I don't even know if you really need. And you already have 4 Seam Rips to answer Artist Talent. So, more enchantment removal isn't necessarily needed, I would say.
Okay. Kill it. Need a card take? Well, yeah. Get off of there! Sorry about that. Moon hopped onto my computer tower.
Fun.
I think I'm gonna draw. This hand's fine. It's hot. I mean, yeah, computers are hot. One mana bats feel great. And then it dies. Hmm.
Fun. Oh, interesting. You didn't want to bluff anything.
No, I figured have a blocker for your Grand if you don't find anything. If you're attacking, that makes me feel like you found something. Yep.
Watch out, Paw. She's chipping in.
Don't worry, Pom Pom Chan.
I know
Oh,
upticking
you
is the
can-
correct play, but I'm tempted to minus here.
Well, if you uptick, it doesn't save it from a seer because Grandma can attack it.
Yeah.
So you could lock down my Grandma, which is functionally the same thing, except I don't get the draw discard.
Yeah.
Because like if I have the seer, then it's just gonna die anyway.
Mhm.
One of these. I mean, I guess the other way you get a Kaido emblem, which makes the next Kaido better, but you don't have 4 Kaidos, so
Oh.
it's not exactly the most important thing in the world. I did have this year.
Okay. I think the Boomerang Basics kind of told that.
I need more intel.
Lockdown of Grandma's rude.
Radler.
Okay. Yeah, no, my draws have been ass. I'm eating.
Totally ripped this off the grandma, by the way.
Okay. I'm very dead.
You are incredibly dead.
In my upkeep, I'm dead.
We did a chat.
Okay.
Fine chat. I'm sure this deck only gets worse with the next set.
When does preview season start?
I think on the 30th. Yeah, so next week, Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's only gonna last like 2 weeks. They're dumping
wow.
everything pretty fast.
Oh yeah, they changed that, didn't they?
Yeah, they don't want to spoil. They did that because everybody was complaining about constant spoilers. So now they're shortening the spoiler window, which I actually think was fine,
Yeah.
to a degree. I do hate that we get, spoilers for like the Marvel set, like 5 sets in advance or whatever, but it's irritating, but like that's like a whole other problem. Sprang. Oh, grandma.
Moon, come on, stop it. Atek, there will be lessons in Strixhaven, yay or nay?
I mean, we've seen some leaks, and there's no lessons amongst the leaks. For what that's worth. So there is a chance, I guess, there just aren't any lessons in Strixhaven, which I don't think that would necessarily be a bad thing either. Like, I don't think that you need to do the returning mechanic, especially because I do kind of remember the old Strixhaven lesson like draft dynamic was awful. Like having a bunch of wishes and draft is kind of awkward. 8. that's just a face-up curious farm animal.
Hmm. That Momo was very dead.
He's incredibly dead.
Hmm. Boomerang basics. Hmm.
That's what I get for playing the Riddler and not this accumulate wisdom in my hand.
I almost went for that last turn. I'm like, no, there's Quench and Annul.
Yeah, it's tough because like bringing in a null in this matchup can be kind of a tough proposition, just given how much like stuff you could do. Like you could just explode with Sage of the Skies on turn 2 or whatever, and then I'm just like, what am I gonna annul a Springleaf Drum? Like,
Hmm. Okay. Discard a Spiral off.
oh no, I fucked that up. I'm dumb. My grands aren't online. Hmm. That's how you know it's getting close to bedtime, chat. I start making mistakes. I don't know. It's fun. I get the impression that you're winning this game.
uh,
Well, that's especially good. Well, I get to take a good old nuggin for 8 here, and you gain 2. Disgusting.
that.
Nuggets for 9. Even worse.
How am I streaming? A bit. Like I don't work tomorrow, so maybe till like 11 o'clock or midnight. Mm-hmm. Mm. I'm gonna flip this and just attack. That's a little bad because you get to draw 2 now.
Yeah, but like,
I'm setting up though for like a better attack, I guess. Oh, that's really good.
I'm just dead. Oof, that was a rough game 3. I think I played
That
that
was.
not great, but
I
your
played the
deck got
seam
the.
rip there, so that way I could draw extra cards off the Riddler.
I mean, that seam rip's not really doing anything else.
Yeah.
So like, I don't hate that.
Do we want to play another match of the last one, or do you want to talk about the deck after
Well,
since we got some games?
well, I did have mono green landfall, but we can talk about the decks. 'Cause I'm gonna hop off and get ready for bed here. I'm pretty tired.
Okay. Totally
But
fair.
pull up the stream.
I could pull it back up for you in Discord.
That'd be perfect.
There you go.
So I guess the first question is, were the black cards worth it?
I feel 50-50 on it. Like the deep cover mat was nice.
Deep Cavern was good. And maybe the sideboard Kaido would be good if we played
Hmm.
like a bunch of matches, but many of the best decks in the format aren't like you know, Kaido matchups. That's hence why W big range is as bad as it is right now.
Hmm.
Um so yeah, the more we played with it, the Deep Cavern Bat was an interesting element. One mana Deep Cavern Bat was good. I feel like if we had some maybe just some different black flyers we'd want to play,
Yeah.
like maybe this would be a better splash. But as of now, it feels maybe like we're just stretching. Because you look at the majority of the deck is blue white, and like Aquazot's felt kind of clunky.
Hmm.
Dies the Seer. Combustion Technique is a clean answer to it. So is Quench, I guess. And Zoraline, well, we didn't really get to see Zoraline do much, but I also don't think like the games are playing out in a way where a card like Zoraline is worth playing.
Yeah, and I feel like it just Zoraline just feels a little slow. Also with the if you're waiting till turn 5 to play a Zoraline, like that, if you are, like that's a 5 mana creature. Then like the 2 mana
Yeah.
and 2 life is a lot.
Yeah. Well, and you could do it on turn 4 realistically, or
Well,
even
yeah.
turn, with a Momo or Springleaf Drum in play, because you can play the Zora line and tap it to make mana with a Springleaf Drum.
Mhm.
But yeah, like I agree. The takeaways, the positives, all the blue and white cards were great. So I guess blue white Momo is probably not a bad place to go.
Yeah.
um, but yeah, like definitely, I mean, I think it was worth trying
Mhm.
and coming back to it a little bit. Um, maybe in a different life where you know Kaido was better and like you know the other like duress effects and stuff like that were good or in a better spot.
Mhm.
Maybe this would be a much better like splash in terms of like relative value.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not convinced that this is the best thing to be doing.
Now, with the
It
idea
was
you
fun
mentioned
to try.
earlier, it was fun to try. I did have fun with it. Like, it's fun playing like Quantum Riddler and Shepherd for 1 mana and just doing things.
Oh yeah, silly actually.
Yes. Now, you did mention earlier the idea of like we're not gonna go through and build it because I know you got to go to bed. But the idea of like an Esper Pixie like build with Momo, I was thinking about that like of how you would go about that. Like I can obviously see your 1 mana creatures are gonna be Momo, Pixie. You're probably not playing Cecil in that build. It's probably base blue, white, splashing black. Uh,
Mhm.
with your 2 drops instead of playing Kieran, you probably play Fear of Isolation because it just your Momo's on your turn, sorcerer speed, and you might as well take advantage of the bigger butt on Fear of Isolation with that being sorcerer speed also. Um, and then like I could see it still being a Kaido deck, and I was just trying to think
He's
about
playing
other
just a
things you
bunch
can
of
do in there.
cheap flyers, right? Like,
Yeah.
and by the way, I think this might be able to go back to being like a 10 of Pixie, like 10 of bounce effect build.
Hmm.
Because like having Momo in play and being able to play Sun Pearl Kieran for 1 mana basically means we get to play 6 Nurturing Pixies in some games,
Yeah.
which that's not a bad thing, right? Like that's not bad to have access to. I would say maybe like the numbers don't work out, but I do think there's something to try
Hmm.
with like a pixie focused build. And I agree with you. I do think it would be a Kaido deck, and I think maybe that's just the way to enable Kaido again.
Yeah.
But also, like, I don't think Kaido is in a great spot,
Hmm.
generally speaking. But so if we were to build that out, like, what are you know, there's like nowhere to run. Uh,
I was gonna work on it after you were off. I'm gonna just toss the general idea of it into a list.
it's like nowhere to run, momentum breaker, or basically the cards we're trying to be like, are these worth playing?
I can see like a
Um,
3-2 split. That's where I've been at whenever I try to play Pixie. Um, but like it just feels bad. Really.
mhm. And like, there's probably some number of Grim Baubles in this deck.
Like 2.
You know what's really nice is you can actually go like turn 1 Springleaf Drum, turn 2 Grimbauble, Pixie, pick up your Grimbauble, and Grimbauble again.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
That's
Oh,
actually kind
so
of nasty.
we're staying as a drum deck in this.
Yeah, I would say like we're still a Momo Springleaf Drum deck because I still think like part of the deck's appeal is that you're like Momo Springleaf Drum, Sage of the Skies, Quantum Riddler.
Okay.
Like you still have that like really powerful thing going on. But then, we played the Starfield Shepherds, which I don't know, it's probably still a 3 of. And then you get to max on Pixies, still probably play 1 copy of Mockingbird because it's like like a 5th Pixie.
Hmm.
But also it could just be I suppose maybe we don't need it, but just because we're not really like maybe Mockingbird gets better if you want to play a card like Cosmic Grand Zenith.
Yeah. Oh, this could be a Cosmic and Zenith deck if we're playing all these Pixies.
I mean, I don't hate that.
Yeah. Oh, you got a question in chat?
Yes, I played a ton of Spelementals. What would I be looking for Pioneer cards to play Spelementals? Well, there's a few obvious ones, like Consider is an obvious upgrade. There's removal spells like Lightning Axe that you could look at. There's a Saga Founding the Third Path that you could
Wait,
also play.
Corey Steelcutter?
Um, just play Prowess if you want to play Corey Steelcutter. Like if you're gonna play Spelementals, just like you gotta
Thanks
like
for the sub.
it's not a Corey Steelcutter deck.
Takes
Like
too long
it's a
to
deck that
say
could
40
trigger
left
Corey
behind on the Jaffer
Steelcutter, but
spell.
like if your goal is to play Sunderflock, making a bunch of monk tokens is terrible. Um, and chances are is like Prowess is like the better deck anyway, just because it's more proactive. But there's a world where you want to be doing like Crab, Hearth Elemental, Sunderflock. Um, but yeah, like I would look at cards like I think Founding the Third Path's probably not great, but it does let you do like cast spells and then mill yourself. But yeah, I would say like Lightning Axe and Consider are two like pretty obvious inclusions to the deck. Matter of fact, you probably get to take Sleight of Hand out of the deck to play Consider, so that your deck plays all at instant speed, which makes cards like Spell Snare better. Um, you could play over Burst Lightning. You could play cards like Play with Fire, um, just as like a thing that gets a little value when you go upstairs with it.
Mhm.
So you could play like a mix of those things. You get to play a card like Crackling Drake out of your sideboard for matchups where like Sunderflock isn't very good, and maybe like Rest in Peace is a thing that exists, so it gives you some more insulation.
Chris Leader, thanks for tier 1 sub for 18 months. Appreciate
Um,
it.
yeah, those are really the big ones that come to the top of my mind. And the Crackling Drake might not even be good, to be honest, but it's a card you would have access to that's like not unreasonable to cast. I don't know if it's better than like the Legend of Karuk. Like Legend of Karuk's still a pretty fucked up card. Um, yeah, I've toyed around with it because I do play at a local Pioneer thing so every so often, and I always
Mhm.
try to bring something new every time I go.
There's a lot of high
And
schoolers that
spell
go to
them.
that.
No, there isn't.
Oh, I thought there
Um,
were.
there was, and then they stopped.
Oh,
But the thing I've really enjoyed, yeah, I always bring something different to Pioneer when I do go because I try really hard not to let things get stale.
yeah.
Um, for our I don't think we're playing as much of the Pixie stuff as you're trying to play, but maybe we are.
I just tossed ideas in here.
Yeah.
I had to thought of like, what about Steam Rip over Grim Bobble? But not that's probably a sideboard option. um,
Well, yeah, because we can't take full advantage of Seam Rip. This does make us like worse against specifically lessons, but
yeah.
you know,
What are
yeah,
you
like
trying that I don't have?
I'm just like thinking through like I don't know how much we really care about Storm Chaser's talent, to be honest with you. I feel like that's not the game plan we're trying to execute. We're
Yeah,
trying to do the game plan of like we're
Momo.
doing the Momo thing with Sage of the Skies and
Yeah.
Cosmogrand Zenith. So like we're trying to assemble a board of flyers and then Cosmogrand a bunch.
So, do we want basic sun at all?
Yeah, there's probably like a basic planes just for the
No,
one
sorry,
of.
boomer basics. Sorry.
Um Maybe in low numbers, but probably not. I feel like it's not the kind of card advantage we're trying to achieve. Like
Okay.
I feel like what we're doing with this deck is we're trying to take advantage of the removal part of being a pixie deck,
Hmm.
right? But also still assemble the Momo package of being like I play a bunch of big dumb I play all these flyers and then I Cosmogrand onto them.
Okay.
Uh versus like I'm gonna play a bunch of ground threats like with Storm Chasers talent. Plus, we're not like a particularly good Storm Chasers talent deck to begin with.
No, we're not. We're
It's
more
like the
creature
whole loop
based.
with Boomerang is a whole thing, but like we're not necessarily doing a bunch. But like I think this would be fine to try out.
Yeah, because
You
this
know,
would be 22 lands after all these spells right here.
yeah. And I'm not sold on the Mockingbird, by the way. Like it copies exactly Nurturing Pixie.
Yeah,
I
I'm
guess
not
it
sold
copies
on it either.
actually it copies Cosmogrand for the trick with it is that you could pay 2 mana for the Mockingbird when you have Momo in play, and
Hmm.
it can copy Cosmogrand Zenith.
Yeah, like
So you
what
could
else is there that we could play in Mockingbird slot?
nothing. I mean, curious farm animal, but like, I wouldn't be. I think I no. I like the Mockingbird. The more I think about it, because specifically with Cosmogrand, when Cosmogrand and Momo are in play, you can pay blue and one, where X is 2 to copy Cosmogrand, and then play like any 1 mana spell. So like, I think this is an interesting concept at least to try out. So
Okay, all right.
but yeah,
And mana base probably be pretty similar to, oh, not similar, but similar-ish to like the last mana base probably.
yeah, it's like Concealed Courtyard, Flood Farm. You could probably play maybe I think you're 4 starting towns in this one
Yeah,
because
th-
you're trying to do blue and black on turn 2. So I think it's like that, and then like 1 basic plains, and then probably 3 concealed courtyards. And then I think after that, it's when it's going to start to get a little awkward because it's going to be like probably still Flood Farm Verge.
hold on. Actually, you can't copy the Mocking Zenith X equals 1 because the card's physics says mana spent on it. Mana
Oh
spent. Okay.
yeah, yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Mockingbird might be
that's right.
fine to still have just because there's not really any other thing, like, unless we want to play Curious Farm Animals, but
I think
probably
the
fine.
Mockingbird is probably still worth playing because, like, worst case, it's a 5th Pixie or a 5th Cosmogrand. Like, that's not a bad place to be.
Mhm.
I feel like it's probably 4 Watery Graves this time around.
Yeah.
Because, like, your ideal thing is, like, White Source, ideally Flood Farm Verge into Shock Watery Grave, right? Because that means you could go Momo on one. Matter of fact, you could actually go, like, in a lot of games, there's probably going to be games where you just go, like, Momo into Spring, or, like, Springleaf Drum into, like, 1 mana thing. Like, that's where you go, like, Momo into Grim Bobble, play a tap land.
Okay.
Or you go like Momo, Shock, Hold Up Nowhere to Run, stuff
Mhm.
like that.
And for the
So I feel like
last card, I feel like there's too many shocks here.
I do. One of the things I'm starting to think of, by the way, is maybe we play what's its name, Kieran over Fear, just because it's white and it
Yeah.
stresses our mana less.
Okay. I can see that.
And maybe no, because it's not
Uh,
Emperor doesn't have flying, but
we're basically Orzhov Splash and Blue then.
yeah, which I don't hate.
Yeah.
It's like Riddler's a good enough splash target, and
Allow us to kind of change our mana a little bit, maybe. Like trim on like Watergrave.
well then
I'm just trying to think of like playing less shocks.
yeah. I'm just trying to I'm trying to think through it too because like Mockingbird then is a later game play anyway,
Hmm.
so like we don't
I,
need early blue. So we could probably play 4 concealed courtyards. Um,
I
I
hate
hate
this
that
bug.
bug.
I so hate that bug so much. That's been there for
It's
like,
probably still Flood Farm Verge as our Verge because it
yep.
taps for white. Um, and then it's probably like 4 Godless Shrine maybe, and then I think it's or maybe it's 3 Godless Shrine. 3 Hallowed Fountains, 2 Watery Graves, which just go back to what we were doing. And
3/3/2.
then Yeah, and then what would be our last land?
The bug is when you have like a certain like 2 or 3 cards in the deck, and it won't let you add anymore by clicking the plus. Uh, I feel like maybe playing a creature land in this might be stretching it a tiny bit.
Well, we're trying to like use our mana every turn, and
Yeah.
yeah, I think it could either be. I think it could be a basic swamp actually, but or it might actually or basic island because we have
Okay.
plenty of black sources. But I don't really like the island because we have a lot of single pip cards.
Yeah.
Maybe it's multiversal passage. No, because I feel like that would just be better off being like
Could
a
be
godless shrine.
it could just be a Bleachbone Verge.
That's fair. If it casts Grimbauble and Springleaf Drum,
It's like let's count it. How many black sources on one do we have? That's like 2, 6,
10,
14.
13, 14 with that. That's plenty to go
And then
Grimbauble on one.
and then white on one, we got plenty
Yeah,
for
pretty much
7,
every land
8.
but Watery Grave. So 20 with 20 turn one white sources.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then blue overall, like there'll be some chances we want blue on turn 2 for sure for like a 1 mana Riddler or just
Oh,
Warping
actually,
Riddler.
we gotta back up. We have 18. We have 14 black sources on one, but 18 black sources overall.
Oh,
And then we've got 27 white. I guess 24 white sources in total, with
okay.
20 of them being white on turn one. And then for blue, which we never need on turn one, we've got 7, 9, 13. Somehow have more blue than black.
Huh.
Maybe we could trim that third hollowed fountain, play a third watery grave.
Sure. Part of my thinking also went to like, what about a Crowd and Relic in here? But we have Riddler. Because
I
like I was
would
trying.
board a relic, like for really grindy matchups. Not that they exist really, but
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think this is a great place to start. Could be tweaked over time, but I think this will have the similar problem to like when Grim Bobble's bad, it's not great, but
Yeah. Well, that could be just like switch it for Seam Rips in the board.
what also might just be Seam Rips the better main deck card. You just
Mm-hmm.
board Grim Bobble. But like it might just be that Grim Bobble is we just don't play it at all, right? We just rely on bouncing, nowhere to run and Momentum Breaker, which are better in more matchups. But it's hard to say. I think there's a lot of I think the trinket removal suite as I call it could be built. I think you could build it in a lot of ways and it would be right or not right in one extreme or the other.
Hmm.
But I guess it all depends on the lane you fall into matchup wise.
Yeah.
But yeah.
People in chat are like, "Oh no, not another Pixie deck, or not another Esper Pixie deck." But I think I'm gonna try this out. After you're off, I'm just building building the sideboard real quick.
All right. All right. That's gonna be it for me, chat. I gotta go to bed.
All right. Well, John, I appreciate you hanging out and doing a stream with me again. Thank you so much. And for everybody, if they don't know where to find you, where can they find you right now?
You can find me on X and on Blue Sky. I gotta actually look up my new handle here. At JWager MTG on both of those platforms.
There's John's Twitter, and then
You can also find me, at whatever next big event you're gonna be at probably. Because I think I'll be in Vegas to play the Pro Tour. and then I'll be in Cincinnati to play the RC, and then there's a non-zero chance I'll be in DC to play the RC. So, as well as if you're in the Midwest, you'll probably bump into me at the NRG series.
I need to join you on one of those at some point, either the energy or a spotlight.
Yeah, you should try to play the spotlights. I think the spotlight. I do think as much as I want to plug uh the energy series. I think for like unless you can consistently have a good trios team, it's probably worth the money to go to a spotlight compared to an
Mhm.
NRG. Like for
Especially for
most
the
people.
type of Magic I like to play. Like I like standard or pioneer, and like all the energies are mostly not standard.
No, their standard will be featured pretty much at every single one of them.
Oh, I thought it was just mostly gonna be
Just
a teams trios with standard, is
yeah,
it?
it'll be trios with
Okay.
standard, modern, and probably legacy every time. I'd guess.
Oh,
But yeah, which means you'd have to just find a team where you could be the standard seat, right?
yeah.
Um, but I also think that's a pretty big barrier for some people. Like, I don't think people necessarily always have access to two other Magic players, especially one that plays Legacy.
Mhm.
So I find it a little unfortunate the change. Where I know like there will be more people that they can get to come play trios in general, but I do think it makes the a little less accessible.
Yeah.
Uh, yes, 26 lands. I qualified for the Pro Tour Milwaukee, where I top eight at the RC. Yeah, had a really good run at the RC. I was pretty happy. Played Spell Elementals and cleaned house.
I was very happy that he did very well.
Yes, yes. Hence why people keep asking me random Spell Elementals questions. Yeah, that's been happening a lot actually.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Is it annoying yet?
No, not really.
2 sets from now, it'll probably will be a little bit.
No, I don't think I'll ever mind people asking me questions. I like answering people's questions. One of my goals as a player is to lift the people around me up because I think the game is better for it.
Mhm.
And so I'll never get tired of people's questions. Uh, I always do my best to take the time to answer people's questions with very limited exceptions.
Okay. I mean, if it's me, you're
But
just gonna like straight up tell me like the Charmin is like the 5th time you ask me this. Stop.
yeah, well, that's because you do have the habit of asking the same questions over and over again.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and that's okay. But
Before you go, quick question:
mhm.
should I leave this named as Momo and the Pixies, or should I rename it?
I mean, I think Momo and the Pixies is a fun name.
Sounds like a band.
Yeah, it does sound like a band.
All right, I think I have it built where I want it to. Okay. Well, John, thank you again for. Wait, why is my brain telling me I recognize John?
Rotting
Prob-
Moisture. Well, I don't know who that is. So
I
do
think they
I
like
do I know that
marauding
person?
dragons that are very moist.
No.
John was on coverage a
Oh,
bit during Milwaukee,
yeah. I've been on coverage at a few things. So like
but
especially if you watch the NRG series, I've been on coverage a lot there. But
yeah, you top 8 the legacy of him.
I did top eight the Legacy NRG because Legacy's easy, and anybody who tells you otherwise is lying to you. I'm dying on that hill, chat. Because I play Legacy every 6 months, and I never go worse than X and two. He's your uncle? Yeah, I mean, there are the kids do call me Unc, so on account of my advanced age relative to them. I don't like any decks in Legacy 26 lands, but I played Demir Tempo, which I hate that it's called that because it's just a mid range deck.
Just like when people try calling to mid-range and standard tempo.
Yeah, like I don't like that it's called tempo because it's not a tempo deck. What's tempo about it? Nobody can answer that question.
Yeah, let's not start that again.
It was a general query that I made to every legacy player who told me the name of the deck. I was like, "Can you tell me exactly what that means?" In the is he? Because that's where I live. I mean, I did grow up in the UP, so funnily enough, but probably not. Like, where'd you grow up, Jabber? You were
I grew up in Escanaba mostly.
yeah. I was
Escanaba,
gonna say
Michigan.
you were Escanaba. I lived more west of Iron Mountain, in a small town called Gastra.
Gastra?
Gastra. Gaastra.
Those aren't real words. Unfortunately, they are.
Ontonagon. Okay, I know where that is. Yes, every name of a town we've said is a real name. I
Unfortunately.
promise. I mean, Gastra is a weird one. Escanaba just sounds weird because like it has ESC in the name.
Yeah.
But then there's obviously places like Marquette and you know there's Chippewa, Houghton, Superior, which is an odd name for a city. But then I was born in Iron Mountain, which is like that's like a normal name.
I was born in
Gay,
Saginaw.
Saginaw.
Yeah.
That one's wow. You were born way down south.
Yeah, I was born
Yeah,
there, lived
you're
there
not even a
for
real.
I
Not
wasn't
even a
even
real Uber.
and I was a troll for a year, and then I was raised as a Uper the rest of my life, pretty much.
Wow, brutal.
I was
I'll have you
born
know, Marauding Moisture. Only one of the two people on this stream are gay.
with the
I'll
appetite
let
noise
you
so
guys
crazy.
figure that out.
Possible name Mount Doom too. What?
No, I think the hospital I was. No, I think the hospital I was born in is still there. Gay as in the town. I mean,
Wait, isn't there actually a town named Gay
yeah,
in Michigan?
there's a
And it was
town named Gay.
Gaylord.
There's Gaylord. There's Gay. There's Hell. Um,
There's Christmas.
yeah, there is also Christmas. Yeah. Kiwana. I love that there'll be names like Population U, buddy. See, but Paradise is like a name that other regions would use.
Yeah.
To be fair, not like Wisconsin's any better. Like, we have towns like Tomahawk and Wausau and uh which I love that Wausau is next to a place just called Stevens Point, where it's just like it's like the most native name, and then yeah, there's Manitowoc,
Manitowoc, yeah.
there's Wauwatosa.
There's Wapaka.
Sheboygan.
There's a lot of Wa's.
A lot of Wa's. Yet we don't have a single Wawa in the entire state, and I'm upset about it.
Should be a Wawa in every city.
Why not? At that point, yeah. Yeah,
Waurika.
Wayawega, yeah. Wapakoneta. Yeah, but that one's got WAP in the name, so like that's like a pop culture thing now, Berkeley.
God damn it. a lot of weird places in Michigan and Wisconsin. And see, we're talking a real language now. I'm disassociating. Eau Claire for Rockfest. Oh, Rockfest is in Eau Claire?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, what? I need to look up when that is. Places only exist to those who already know about them. Good lord. All right, well, John, again, thank you for hopping on the stream. I appreciate it. We should do this again sometime soon and try building our Golgari mid-range piles that we dream about and Hopefully not do that a month before the RC, and then all of a sudden we're all locked in on that again.
Listen, listen. I got to bring the tradition of bringing garbage decks to RCs back. Okay. I'm just kidding. I don't want everyone to do that again. But
No, you were
I've
miserable.
seen the turtle piles have actually looked kind of promising, but I think they just don't have like a big go over the top mechanic like a lot of decks in standard do. So like
Mm.
I think that's the biggest problem with them. But yeah, uh, we'll have to we'll have to play around with it just to get it out of our systems because Mutagen
Yeah.
Man is a cool card with Sentinel of the Lost City. Um, and those are two cards. That Sentinel is a card we both love very dearly.
Hmm.
And we get to play Llanowar Elves in that deck. We basically get to play Little Kid Stompy.
Yes.
And I just want to play that so badly.
Little kid stompy, and then our hearts are stomped on.
Yeah. Turtle as in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set cards pile. But yeah.
Half block constructed. Or set constructed.
We don't like mutagen. But mutagen tokens are so good.
I kind of went on how I don't like Mugen Man when the set came out. And how I think it's a win more card and stuff.
I mean, if you combine it with like the botanist from uh Edge that says whenever you sacrifice an artifact, ding your opponent for 2, like that's pretty powerful. Or if you combine it with like Mikey and Leo, the green white one, like it can start drawing cards. Um and then obviously with Sentinel lets you crack your maps, which is interesting. Yeah. Like I even think there's a world where it's good, like where you play like some kind of Simic pile and you go like Spyglass into Mutagen Man, crack your map for 0, untap Sentinel, get a map, crack it for 0, so on and so on.
Bev, I put Pixie in a Mugen Man deck, you'd play it.
You're damn right. Listen, what else? What would be better to put my mutagen counters on than a 1 mana flyer? How about that, Berkeley? You ever been attacked by a 6/6, nurturing pixie?
I have.
I also have actually. Now that I think about it, but
I think I lost that game too.
I mean, yeah, they attacked you with a 6/6.
Yeah. Orzo of Momo kick.
Oh, there's a Mox Field link. I'm offended.
At chat, new rule. Whenever John's on stream, you have to use only flex slot for deck lists.
Yeah. Hashtag I'm sponsored, not Jaffer.
I've been trying to use flex slot more and more.
Yeah. It's got some better tools.
Leader's talent.
Yeah, it's like, what if, what's its name? Luminarch Aspirant was not a creature, so therefore bad.
Yeah. Oh, so you're just ditching the warp package.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that Iridu is a very good card. It is an elemental, which is an upside,
Mm-hmm.
but like I guess Convoke could do some fun things with Momo.
Mm-hmm. It is a little funny, I will say. Whenever I look over your camera from the start of the stream to now, it is funny just watching as your room the day progresses, how dark it gets in your room.
Yeah, I guess I don't have my backdrop light on because it was light out when we started. All right, I got one piece of criticism on this deck, which is that Bitterbloom Bearer is not a good card.
I'm not a fan of the card, especially with Momo. Like you don't get a discount with it.
No.
I mean, I do see the appeal of it of triggering your Momo for an uptick on your upkeep, but like I'm not a fan of it after that.
I think there is Storm Breath. I think it was in Tarkir, Dragonstorm. If I remember
Yeah,
right.
no, it was TMNT, right? No, that's Under Combat, I think.
That's Agent Bishop you're thinking of. And
Yeah.
that card is potentially a good card. But yeah. Like that's not this card's not unreasonable. This is like almost a mini it's a mini like Ouroboros, but the problem is there's never a reason to play this over Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Because like I feel like the best thing you're doing with Agent Bishop is going like Llanowar Elves into Agent Bishop, and at that point you're already in green, so just play the better one.
Hmm.
Maybe they're good together, who knows? But all right, I have to hop off now. I'm tired.
All right. Well, again, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
Of course.
We
Have a good night,
should
chat.
figure out when to do that stream, and you have a good night.
Absolutely. We'll see you again later, chat.
Okay, chat, we got this list to play. How disappointed are we going to be? Like dissecting and cooking? Nice. It's always fun to do Brewing and John and doing some like testing and stuff. This is the list that we came up with before John hopped off. And we're going to try this out. Chat, does the stream look fine? I noticed it looked like there was an issue for a moment. Hello, hello, hello. Test, test, test. Everybody's been okay. Here's that very smooth. Okay. The last 7-8 minutes. Okay. All right, if anybody can, please click on that link also and go reply to it or like it. I would hope that they see that and reply and comment on that in their weekly stream. What's it called? Momo and the Pixies. Saga is really, the Sage is really good. But we've been kind of on like three copies. Sometimes putting the fourth in the board. Ahead. You like the Mockingbird one of? I think we're gonna keep this hand, but we're not Momoing right away. We're on one Mockingbird. On a red. Fighters. Oh, great. believe we're playing against just. It looks like Spider-Man, a Spider-Man dot deck, so far. Not us. Really cold. Sure. Time to just play Riddler from hand for 4 mana. I think we're gonna do that. Like, none of our removal is gonna do anything. That's a 34. No order run's not gonna hit it. We play Momentum Breaker, they just blow up one of the tokens. No attacks. Alive. Block like that. Sacrifice the Momo, as soon as we get another Momo from the Shepherd. Uh-oh. What do you have? Indestructible. Okay. Sure. I think we're dead. No, we're dead. I forgot. It makes it equal to how many counters are on it. Yeah, we're dead. Cut Mockingbird. Oh, shoot. No. I didn't mean to do that. I saw the art and I thought, is that aluminum? I'll re-add it to the queue, and then I want to hear the song too. I did the vibe, shake my head on subbing. We'll do that. Got a solid hand here. How's chat doing? Emerald to 5. Team's good. Yep. We're hitting on the Momo to use with Zenith. What about F on Jaffer only if you lose the skitter? What to do with this deck? Heck, I'm joking. Well, have a good night, 26. Appreciate it. He's right. Make 2/1/1s. All right, I'm gonna hope we draw spells. Riddler or Starfield Shepherd will be amazing. She's such a good card. One of my favorite cards from Edge. Actually, I think my favorite card from Edge, besides Relic. I like Relic. Okay. Oof. And homebrew nonsense. I forgot actually from competitive cards exist. All right, chat. We need Starfield or Riddler. Remembrance Folly. Okay. That's it. That's Flash. So I don't know why you can attack with it. We're flooding out our 22 land deck. Yeah, on the main board. Like, we're not playing basics. We're not playing talent. Tokens. I have 5 tokens get made. Oh, 4. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yup. Boros Charm. Going against the house. Okay. What goes first? Like, we have Cosmos when you flood out. Just, yeah, yes. This thing, yeah. Raven, hello. Okay. We're playing against Saltai. I kind of like the idea of going Kieran there and picking it back up. Like, I should have thought about that a little more. Shut you down. It's in the queue. Uh, I'd got no more. 3. I'll let you down. What are you doing, Oppo? Are they just Saltai Dragons with that package? I got no more. Around. Really? Okay. Yeah, I guess they are. We had sorcerer speed removal and Nord run. Couldn't remove either cottage or this thing. There's no point in dragging it out. No, it's temporarily. Oh, fuck. No, wrong card. Oh, that sucks now. Okay, good, good. Okay. We did it. People clap. I was so expecting removal turn 1 when I played that Momo instead of the drum. I wanted to play drum first. That's a real gamer. Patience not enough. Okay. We're quieting Hex. Alright. And land drop. Annex is annoying. And they have removal. We had earlier stinks going through this. Happens. Yeah, which is a little weird. Out of patience. Oh, excuse me. Welcome back from the ad break chat. They have a lot of tap lands. Okay, can I have a pixie, please? Oh my god. The crouch and relic. We need pixie so we can pick up momentum breaker and kill this off. How about another land? Uh-huh. Okay. Ah, it's a 4/4. Sab dash Sunin. This new Noctilus? I think we're just having bad luck for starting out. And Denzel Curry. New prediction. Hey, Lindy. How you doing? Pick that up. I'll pass turn. Alrighty. Oh, and they do a freaking reef. Okay. We're dead. We're dead. Oppo's reef. Souls of Paradise. No, I haven't. Okay, we're not dead. All right, we're gonna just search through our deck, see what's left. We should be dead now, right? Oppo! We do have one less card in them. That's probably why. Control decks in the format. I think I'm using blue and green in the decks as well. Okay. So they're playing an old list. Oh, but just win. Oh my God. You can just win the game. That'd be too easy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I found a hot dog in it. uh, we have Rip right here. But, like, I don't really think it's a big thing needing this matchup. We don't. Oh, we do a blue right here. All right, I'm gonna really hope for blue mana. Never mind.
I learned something in Don't worry, Pom Pom Chan. I've got this. I've got you beat 6 different ways.
Land drop into Superior Spider-Man again.
Control the fight. Control the outcome.
Counters and everything. Pick this up. End the turn. Put down the 4 cards. They do have a full grip. That's fine.
I just hate a fair fight.
Pizza time. That cover was good. Keep this. Do you think they're gonna have it again? Turn 4 Superior Spider-Man again. All right, we're just running out. Hope they don't hit it. Yup. Let's not. Well, yeah, they're the best. And you're the worst. Totally. I totally am the worst. A skill you don't got. It's skill issue if you don't get it. Celestial. On. In all my life. About this big. About this big. I need lands. I need lands. If we add another land, another basic to the deck, I think that's not going to really help it out too much. Deceit. Dear Sage or Kaido. Internite. Oh, okay. I don't. No, they see the line. Okay, I don't think they see the line. I'm tempted to put counters on things instead of making dudes. I think I'm gonna do that. Cool. It's no time. If they have a board wipe, that sucks. They do. Sage. They always have it. Then we get Momo. Play this land. Still got 3 Riddlers. We had 3 litters. Yeah, we had 3 Riddlers. Okay. No attacks. We're gonna chill. They have 2 left. We have 4. Yeah, maybe I should have actually blocked. I'm at 0. Yeah. It used to be hard, so hard that was viable in dog water. Like, you're that old? What? Are you talking to Lord Has? Give me a second, chat. Bury me now. We'll play first. This will keep Put Zenith back. No, put Mockingbird back. Quality. Okay. I think we're dead. Now they get trample. Well, they did have trample. Oh my god. I do. Mm-hmm. There's an idea that we were trying. Turn 2. Conquer on turn 3. Which Mendo's changing didn't bother you? I pick you choosing Dax and Arnie in the third Mad deck this season. Not really. I mean, like, it doesn't really bother me. Like, I wish I could keep playing like certain things, but like, it's the state of the game. Online metagames change a lot faster. I think we should try Stormchase talent in this build. Really? Okay. We'll save Pixie for Sage next turn. I mean, I suppose I could have Pixied this back up and then had Nord run into Sage. It'll be a ska band or punk band or maybe something else. It would be one of them. Not really. Don't wanna try. That was fine. Okay, now we might be dead. It's not a fetch land. Okay, we're fine. Mm-hmm. 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 Ugh. Sure. Line my spine. Well, we changed the Bleach Bone Merge into a second plane, so man is actually fine. Chocobo. That'd be a great draw. Clarion Conquer. That'd be an amazing draw right now. I hate this. Light. I'm feeling dead. Ah, I'll tap her. Fuck. Wanted to play Riddler. Ooh, I don't have space before. Uh. Hmm. Do 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 do. We're gonna shelve it for now. I think there's a chance for us to like figure something out with it though. Yahoo! I'll say this before. All right, what do we jam here, chat? We play Momo and try the Jeskai build. Doing some Shiko stuff. Jeskai? Sure. I'm just peeking at stuff real quick. I'm gonna grab a hoodie real quick, and then we'll hop back on ladder with something like this. How many Mockingbirds am I running? In the Esper build, there's just one. But we're switching. Giving that a little break. In the Jeskai build 0. Hand's kind of not playable. I think we have a couple turns to draw colored mana. Esper Origin. Playing against Yuna? Probably gonna play Scholar next turn if we can't find land and discard a Go Ninja Go. In your eyes. Oh, blocks. Cause it's funny. Okay. And I love her. Okay. Sure. Gamble Edition is too crazy. Hey, we can Steam Rip that. Oh, okay. So they're a Carnosaur deck. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Night begins to shine by Burr. Okay, cool. They get a Smuggler's Surprise. We know they have Vaultborn Tyrant in their deck. It is very catchy. 7/7 definitely is putting in work. I would like to get our... Got lost. It was a little funny. We're gonna leave the last one in the grave, though. Where are they gonna hit that thing and then 2 at the 2/2? The 7/7 is very annoying. Okay. Do it again. And then we're gonna do Helix for the last one because we have 1 Sheikah left. Actually, no, I shouldn't have done that. I should have went go Ninjago again and then Sage. Because it would add a bigger board. Go Ninjago is a fun card. Right. That life gains cheat. Nightmare. I can't control myself. That was unfortunate, yeah. Twitch life gain. Opponent's life gain is cheat. Hey Summer, how you doing? Alright, I'm just gonna scoop it up, go to game 2. But man, I don't want to cut Nova Hellkites and add in one Washington. You can see darkest side of me. Play drum. Momo and Just Ages. Ooh, look what we get to do. And we're gonna hope they don't play anything like Slag Storm. The sharpest tool in the shed. Getting kinda dumb. I mean, you might as well. Like, you're not blocking. That and all that versus go. About yours. Don't play. This is a bit risky to keep, right? We gotta mull this. This is better. Momo number 2. She's married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man! I love that Nothing Nowhere include that in this song. No, we're gonna flicker the... Riddler. I'm gonna end with one card in hand here. Random encounter. Okay. Prehistoric Pet. EPF Point Squad. The creature control enters, put on counter on this creature. Not all humans fear the unknown. The Earth Protection Force specializes in teaching the unknown to fear them instead. All right, won that one, chat. We're going to start another prediction. We'll keep it. I am going to play Momo in 1 with this hand, though. If anything, we can go Hellcat in 2 with this hand. Oh boy, track. Oh, track. Okay, we'll do this instead. What is this? Don't think so. Mono blue, what? That's annoying. Go. Hey, Moon. Mono blue prowess? Is that a thing? Oh, but you're giving me, okay, sure. We have another stage in the grave we just recast here. To be fair, I probably should try to block the 4/4 thing over here. No, stop that, stop that, stop. Hello. How's chat doing, though? Chat freeze on my side? I don't. So. They're like mono blue prowess. Uh. Is that? Moon's happy. Yeah. We're drawn pretty terribly here, chat. Oh, they got green. Oh, probably for the elusive. Happy ending. Gonna scoop at 41 life and you get 1 life. How? Mono aura is command a lot to one creature. Recorded Avatar's Wrath and proceed to take. Oh. All night. That's funny. And I... we'll do this here. Card seam rip. Unannotated. I feel like they have Into the Flood Maw. Oh, okay. Away. Another one. We're taking 3 damage. I don't think it matters. Hang on to Momo to discard to the Ashling. We'll make blue. We'll auto pay. Maybe I should have made red. Oh. Mm-hmm. Still do have a seam rip also. Oh my, okay. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Take that. No tax. Oh no, no. Why? Oppo. You're letting me recast spells. Fights are starting. Da, da, do, 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 do. Auto pay. Blue, blue. I don't need a casting from the grave yet. I want to sell you everything. Everything. Do, 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 do. Eh, 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 eh. Yes, we'll cast a Momo. I... Pokemon would I walk into? Hey, Tyrant. We had Shiko. All right, new prediction chat. What standard cards? Y'all thinking what standard cards too? People try playing in Pioneer. This thing. Shiko Paragon of the Way. When Shiko enters, exile target non-land permanent. Non-land card with mana value 3 or less from a graveyard. Copy and may cast a copy without paying its mana cost. Probably shouldn't mold this hand. Only did non-creatures since I only saw it in control decks. Oh. Opal's on Splash Portal. Whether has Burst Lightning in hand or Torch. Be the end. This is annoying that they have Get Out. So if we don't play around, if we play around Get Out, they're gonna bounce the trainer and the talent. They can replay talent. If we have a land drop, they can level up and Get Out and hold up Get Out again. That means they wouldn't be attacking. All right, the deck that you posted, I thought was really cool. Of the Esper one for historic. I'm missing way too many cards though. Oh wait, we're just dead. They have a Get Out loop. Potentially. That's the Shredder man at the Shredder at the moment. I have 3 in paper and I want to play them really bad. Uh-huh. I just sacked the other day, another draft special, but that one needs some work. Which format? Historic Ravager build? I don't know what the Ravager build is. Oh, I could have warped. Oh, an Archbound. Oh, Arcbound Ravager. Okay. They're gonna really get out this. Oh. Tell me good. Hollywood. Hollywood. Alright, time to do this. Land. 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 Is it seems more. Yeah. Land. Land. Oh my god, I just need a land. Give me land. Oh, they're doing the same thing? Flash portal? Oppo's got jokes. Oppo's got jokes. Hey, not in clear. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. You have a torch? Okay. Okay. Oh, they're gonna do the thing too. Carlo! Why did my alert go off? Shout out to Carlo. How you doing? Raiders, welcome in. How you doing? This is not a failed passage stream. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Jaffer. We're playing some Jeskai Momo at the moment. Oh, is this Carla's rant about fabled passage? I hate Fable Passage. I really, really do. Can you imagine starting town shake my head? Inside drip. Thunder Trap Trainer. Carl, how was your stream today? Oh, let's look at do it. Replay this today. Nice. And my cartoon with how much riddling is happening in this match. That was great. Sweet Bruce. Nice. What was your favorite brew? As a paint favorite child. In both cases, it was mine. Well, Gerald, thanks for the follow. Super unlucky. No. Good morning from Germany. Well, good morning. Discard this. I already sharded Carlo, I think. So many cards drawn. You're fine. SGL. Probably scoop it up, go to the next match. But I'm tempted to maybe play a different format. What do we draw? Okay, we're done. Yeah, I'm annoyed. Do we change formats, chat? Missing way too many. No. Why would I play Brawl? Sorry, that was a bit rude of me. I was pretty rude with my tone in that. I have no interest in ever playing Brawl. That was rough, not gonna lie. Really watch anything. Timeless. Pioneers was. I was thinking Pioneer Junsack or Pioneer Sacrifice with Shredder, Super Shredder. I mean we're doing a bit of brewing. All right, chat. So are we Jun sack or Rakdos sack if we're playing Shredder? Hey, Kinchi Chow, how you doing? Jun only gives you Yigra. That's the only thing we get out of it. So be doing cat combo plus super shredder, but I feel like that's not going to really benefit us a ton. I kind of answered my own question then. Sorry. Guess we're just gonna be Rakdos sack. Gotta figure out the right numbers of things. Makes me hilarious. Oven, obviously. No, failed passage is bad. Useless. Probably like 2 or 3 Black Eclipse, full set of Blazemire. Fountain Port. Probably. No, I want 21 lands, not 25. Any basics can we get away with? 3? I think it make more sense to play less of those. I feel like I'm missing way too many spells. Like I'm not remembering all of them for just base Rakdos sack. Oh yeah, Unlucky Witness was like one. Okay, so Lavunga like 3 days ago took 9th place with Rakdos sack, and he is playing Tezzeret Cruel Captain. Playing the firstborn, I'm forgetting. How is the format? What is the format like on Arena? Arena claim the firstborn pile. I'm intrigued by Tezzeret now. I don't think I have it. I'm intrigued. You go for the throat. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by this. I mean, this is probably not needed. We're not comboing. Maybe we are in 22 lands. I think we tried that for the main board. I'm still taking a peek at what Luvunga was doing. Luvunga tends to do a lot of one-ofs. Besides Slotsies. We got Deadly Dispute in here. We got the Baron Rivalry version. I guess I'll play 2 obs because I feel like there usually a lot of control going around on Pioneer Ladder. Yeah, Grease Vein's pretty big, so Ray of Enfeeblement makes sense. I guess we'll pack 2 of those. Do I have the Legend of Karuk? Oroku, I mean. I don't. Uh, our token's pretty big, chat. Two cards left. I think we'll try this. Ow. Oh boy, how long are we to wait in queue? Hey, stop that. Moon, stop. Looks like Golgari mid range. She's jumping off the walls. Okay, it's not mid range. And the way out. Calm down. Okay. They're trying to be a combo deck here. Are they trying to do the Bloodthirsty Conqueror combo? Let me know. Whoa. Have they not played against oh, I can just do that. I am devil. So they're a combo deck. We want Thoughtseize. They're gonna have the cat, maybe. Not the cat, the snake. Enduring Tenacity, I think it's called. Is that what it's called, chat? Enduring Tenacity? Oh, I never had a hearse to the board. Whoops, I thought I did. Level. No, we keep those in there. Already for a green mana. In your life, down as a horse, I'm gonna show you. I was under. Oh. Sure. Quite a bit of life here. Oh, cool. We got a fatal push. I'm gonna decline this. Problem is that safekeeping in hand. I'm kind of just dead to like whatever if they find another bloodthirsty conqueror off the top. I don't have any way around that. This is Pioneer. Pioneer is a non-rotating paper format. The fake format. The format Wizards is not supported anymore. Need another kill spell. Yeah, no, I get it. Mm-hmm. No, the cute. I waited like I think about almost 2 minutes. We're unfortunately in the spot where they have a Tam of Safekeeping in hand, and they have Dina, and we're dying to Dina. Do 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 do. No, they give it indestructible. That's Misher now. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so we're dead. I pain again. Find that brain torching. Do do do. Play first. On a red mana, but okay. Hand's fine. Okay. When spring began. In my pain again. Innkeeper. Na 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 na. Take the damage. Do do. September ends. Okay. Mm-hmm. We need revolt. Wake me up when September ends. Target. Draw a card. Wish I kept the McMasker now, and two, three, four. Ah, yeah, we're dead. The song that just got done. That was Remedy by RJ Passon. Mold this hand. The mold it seeing on Yorion. Feel good. No problem. Feel good. All right, they're either a Niv Mizzet or elementals. Not elementals. Bring the light. Oh. Get it, get it. Get it, get it. And it feels like they're not on Bring the Light. And oh, they are. All right, what they got? Get it.
Bring Coldheim to its knees.
Feel good. Uh-huh.
I leave chaos in my wake.
All right, so we're gonna chill here now. See what they do. Until that's it, and let it go. Night bottom. Cat Oven was online. In a long time. Yes. Yeah. For a long time. Whew. Deadly Dispute would be a great draw. Nope. Sure. Time. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, we're pretty dodge here. How much dodge? Up. Nothing. It's already plastic. Oh, we're dead here. We're gonna just see what they discard. Ooh. They're not really doing anything new. Pretty. So plastic. And ooh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pat, you guys have anything going on this week? Hello, work for you. Oh, lots of work. We'll keep this. I think I'll put the witness back. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Get the carotid. Any more? I tried. We draw land next turn. Probably go Thoughtseize plus Shredder. Depends what we find. Oof. Okay. Mm-hmm. I might call it a night after this, actually. It'd be nice, swear. I'm a little tired. Yeah, we're just gonna be done here. Hey, Drift. We went 1-1, I believe, or we went 0-1 or 2, 1 to 2. I think it was 0-2. All right, but I'm gonna be calling it a night here, chat. I'm gonna send you guys over to another stream. I'll be back on tomorrow. I'm gonna try again on the time I said I would start at. When I'm off from work, 2 p.m. Central. So I'm gonna send you guys over to Shabba. Shabba's playing some standard right now. It looks like some Esper ninjas, I think. But thank you everybody for hanging out and watching the stream. Thank you for the follows, for the raids. If you haven't followed yet, be sure to follow the channel. It's free to do so. And feel free to subscribe over on YouTube as well. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe over there also. Twitch chat, there's all my socials right there. YouTube, I'm gonna end the stream here. So YouTube, have a good night. Subscribe over here and go follow my Twitch. YouTube.